the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossovers powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hello, Matthew.
Hi. How are we?
You know what?
What's
Too
up,
often, I have been accused of being a little rough
Dorky.
on Nick
Mm.
for his thumbnails, for the titles of his shows, but I must say you hit a home run today, Nick.
Oh, thank you. That's a baseball reference. I know baseball.
Yes. Do you do it on purpose now?
Yes.
Okay. But you used to not do it on purpose.
Yes.
So now it's a bit.
Yeah, now it's intentional.
But I always thought that like them getting you on you about the thumbnails was more of a like we need good thumbnails type deal. I didn't think they anticipated it would turn into a bad thumbnail bit.
No, his thumbnail day is good.
Yeah. I've gotten better at my thumbnails.
It's the title that I think is frustrating. to
Oh,
people.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thumbnail's a good thumbnail.
I guess I grouped thumbnail and title together.
They're different
Well,
things.
They are
supposed to-
two different
Well,
things.
but they're supposed. You try.
They're
I
coincided.
try to
It's not like you're going to do.
You know.
Patriots win the AFC and then have a
Nebraska
a big
basketball.
turd.
a Carson.
Well, no,
Wentz.
No, but I mean,
Well, that
like
would
the
be
thumbnail
appropriate.
and the title today are different. The thumbnail is the really cool shot where Frager's walking, all away while
Sure,
Sanford
sure.
makes a three. Whereas the title is Nebraska basketball washed ?
Well, question mark.
There's a question
There's
mark.
a question mark. I'm just asking questions.
Listen, all we're doing is wondering if they have good hygiene.
They're on a
Did they get washed after the game?
They're on a 2-game losing streak. Does that sound like a good team to you?
Interesting, Nick.
No comment. I won't fall for the rage bait.
He's not
Losing to
falling for
two
the
ranked
rain.
teams in a row.
Kyle
Nebraska
says
can't
the
beat ranked
thumbnails and
teams.
titles the same as zombies and vampires.
Whoa!
Pretty much the same.
What a callback.
Pretty much the
Excellent
same.
callback.
Incredible callback.
Wow, Otson points out Nick's really come a long way from his "I'll never do clickbait" stance.
Yeah, I had to start doing clickbait.
Nick got so mad at the industry he works in, and then he evolved into the industry that he works
Wow,
in.
you become
Does this
the very,
also mean that Nick's going to turn his attention more to AI?
Oh,
No.
Nick, you idiot!
I do refuse to do that.
Okay, good.
you
That's
you-
a hard
You
stance.
became the very thing you swore to destroy.
I was on a computer here in the office recently because I had to record something, and what?
Oh.
Why is that weird?
There's just a
It was a desktop
Okay.
in the office.
Okay.
I had to use it to record audio. I
Okay.
had to record a spot. I don't remember what
Okay.
it was for.
Just using a computer here at work is just
I wasn't
Cool.
just doing. I was
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
opening up V Creative. Right?
Okay, go ahead. So
And
you're doing
so-
your work.
And the browser has five tabs.
Mhm.
It was like the website, of
Yeah.
the station, blah blah blah. One of them was Chat GPT. And do you know how less I thought of the
Mm.
just knowing who used that? Immediately, I thought less of that person.
I agree with that.
Way less of that person.
It's bad.
There was somebody.
Come up with your own ideas.
There was somebody I was talking to yesterday who was like, "Yeah, I have to do this thing, but I'm just gonna have Chat GPT do it." And I was just like, "There's no point. That's like stealing because that well, they weren't getting paid for it, but originally I thought they were getting paid for it. Like you get paid to do something, you use Chat GPT.
Gotta use your brain.
you're
What-
Stealing money.
What really gets me about AI in this industry specifically
I'll go ahead.
is we are a business full of creative people. That's
in theory.
our job.
Yeah, I mean, I
in
see.
theory.
I see 3 creative people here.
Our job is creativity.
I don't know who I'm making fun of.
Yourself, I think.
Yeah. Like that's our whole bit. That's why we exist.
Our whole bit. I like how bit is the word of the year at 1620 The Zone.
Is
It
it?
has
Yeah.
been used.
The year's only a
lot.
month old.
I know.
We've been using bit for a long time.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's been accentuated in the month of January.
Well, has it only been accentuated because
I'm now saying it.
because Michael and I got into the big argument over gimmick
Gimmick
the-
and bit. Well,
yeah.
that,
no, just the connotation
Did
of
Mike?
gimmick.
Wait, Michael got into a fight with you.
That was
about-
how it started.
Yeah.
I was gone that day.
Michael says because
I'm
what
on
happened
Michael's
was the blackout game.
Whoa.
Yes.
About Michael?
I called.
It's
I
messed up.
I made reference to it as a gimmick.
Outgame.
Yes.
And Michael got very upset because he's like,
There's a
that means
connotation.
it's bad. It's kind of bad connotation. I said, the word gimmick does not
You know what?
connotate good or bad. It can be
Like,
anything.
Michael grew up like with wrestling.
I
Like
know.
told me stories of like him going to, like Southwest and Crockett and feeling the American dream, Death the Rose, baby.
Which was a good
Great gimmick. I'm the
son of a plumber.
Son of a plumber, baby. Look at me. Look at Ric Flair with the Casimir. Look at I'm Death the Rose.
Bigelow writes an atrocious take from Michael. Shocking. Man, I always forget that Bigelow despises Michael for really.
Bigelow despises most of Husker media.
Which is
Is
why
this true?
why
I
is he
think.
listening today? His two least favorite people in the world
He
are-
reminds us of it in the YouTube chat every Monday.
Yeah.
Mitch Sherman will join us. Bigelow hates it. Michael Severe joins us. Bigelow hates it.
Yeah. Anyway,
Bigelow and I were killing it at Touch Tunes on
I'm sure you
on
were.
Saturday at Lefties. We turned
What
Lefties
is
into a
that?
Cedar
I love
bar.
Touch Tunes. Touch Tunes is you get an app and then they have a jukebox. It's a jukebox, but you can buy a song.
You
from the
buy,
app.
you can buy, and you can just turn in a bar, a populated bar, into like your own aux, like your own party
Yeah.
by paying essentially to get
how much
get
is
ahead
it?
of the jukebox.
How much is it?
Two
cost?
credits is $1, 5 credits for $12, $10 gets you 30 credits.
Then you can pay extra to make sure yours moves
Well,
to the
what's
front of the
what's a
line.
credit get you?
A credit, so 2 credits gets you 1 song, but depending on the population of the Touch Tunes, you can pay more to get your song played next. So there was a lot of songs in the Touch Tunes at Lefty, so I had to pay 7 credits, which essentially I paid $3 for a song to be played.
And so sometimes, John, people will like troll. They'll like play the same song
Over and
What
over
was
and
the
over
joke
again.
that John Mulaney did?
What's new, Pussycat?
It's-
Snoop Pussycat.
What's new? Pussycat?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And then they put in one. It's unusual.
It's
you
not
know?
unusual, and then it goes back.
It is so weird.
I love that. Show.
It is so weird that
What's new,
people
Pussycat?
will waste their hard-earned money just to troll other people.
Oh,
I mean, you gotta
God,
do
you'd
that,
be
don't you, John?
shocked.
You troll
Not
from
really,
Time, you
not-
troll from time to time.
Not for money.
Not
I don't
monetarily.
pay.
People go
I don't
great
pay for
lengths. People go great lengths nowadays to troll people.
What's
know,
new,
but it's just-
Pussycat?
But it's just like the whole idea of I want to really troll these
Western
Browns fans in this
Nebraskans.
bar
I would-
by playing, songs about what was that song about Cleveland sucks and Detroit's great. or
Oh,
whatever.
still Cleveland.
Yeah, whatever. Just to troll people.
Come on down
and I'll
to Cleveland.
spend my 7 credits or $3.
Stib says, I can't think of a better way to spend my money.
I love playing the longest songs I can find on there.
I actually thought of John Bishop last night because
Why?
I had a tweet yesterday. Basically, my tweet was Illinois beat Nebraska
Uh-huh.
because they were the better team.
Uh-huh.
They were objectively the better team.
Uh-huh.
That's the first time that's happened this year.
Ooh.
And
Wow.
it's
Shots
shocked.
fired at Michigan.
And it's shocking that it took until February for Nebraska to play an objectively better team. And
Some take.
I did get some Michigan people, and I knew that was coming,
Mhm.
Go
right?
Blue Kevin.
But
Mhm.
there were so many just idiots in my comments being like, "Oh, Nebraska already
10
played
minutes.
Illinois this year. Nebraska already played Illinois this year." Was Illinois objectively the better team the first time they played in
No.
Champaign? No, they weren't.
Hmm.
And then one guy was like, "What changed? What changed with Illinois? Like, what's new with Illinois?" I'm like, "They're playing better. Like, do you not understand the concept that teams can just play better as the season goes on and they improve? Like."
It's possible.
I got to the point where I was like, I was defending myself in the Twitter comments.
Hmm.
And then I
Always
go,
fun
you know
to
what?
argue with people.
I go, you know what? These people are idiots, and I'm so done. I'm so done with it. And I thought about you. I was
Yeah.
like, I feel like this is a John Bishop take.
Yeah, it is.
Like this
Well,
is
I mean, the argument's been made that Illinois is actually a better team now that things are running through
Wagler. What are they
Wagler
going to do
more.
with when Baz?
Is it Wagler?
It's
Wagler.
Wagler. Because
Wagler.
I heard Kevin say it. I said, man, I said it all
Yeah.
wrong last week.
Wagler.
when Boswell comes back, I don't know how they tell Kylan the nicest way possible. Hey, you're not going to touch the ball as much because Keaton might be the Big Ten Player of the Year.
I mean, he's really good.
He might be.
He
If-
is
and
really,
if-
he is really, really good.
If
And
Purdue
yeah,
continues to
teams-
fall off.
Teams can get better, absolutely. And let's face it. Nebraska didn't have full mast.
Yeah, but he hadn't been playing well before.
No,
the
he
season.
had,
He
and
hasn't played well in a
that's a
month.
really good point, which is why it's really going to be interesting to see once Mast gets past the
He's-
sickness.
Yeah,
If
If he'll still be down with the sickness.
if he is still half-mast or if he's
like,
back to full mast.
The crossover at times has just come into John and I having like some thoughtful.
You're
sport
talking about
convos.
college basketball, the crossover. Come on, guys. What are we doing here?
And then
It was a big game yesterday.
it was a very big
I know
game.
that's why we're going to discuss it during the show.
Oh,
not
I
on the
know.
I
crossover.
got mad at Twitter was the point.
Yeah.
It was the first time in a while that I had gotten. See, I used to troll White Sox Twitter back in 2016.
Cool.
That was my favorite thing to do. Like that was my passion of.
Do they give how does Twitter work? Does it work the same as getting the one phone call a day in prison? Or
You know what? It is so
'cause that's-
uneducated of you to make those low-hanging fruit South Side Chicago jokes.
it has nothing to do with South Side, North Side, East Side, West Side. It just has to do with White Sox fans in general.
West
What about
side,
suburbs of
wrong
Chicago?
side.
What about them?
I'm just
Stick
asking.
to not sports rights, Keena.
No, but I got mad at Twitter, and for the
Yeah.
first 20 minutes, it was reinvigorating in a way.
Yeah.
Like I follow people on my Instagram that make me mad, but
On Instagram?
but
That's like a happy place.
I purposefully keep
Is
them.
it?
For me, my Instagram is just like, hey, here's my dog, or my son and I went to a ball game. My Instagram is like super normal.
Wholesome?
See, that's
I do
why-
not have
that's-
wholesome
it is.
Instagram.
That's why my Facebook is like that for me because
Because you muted everybody.
well, I did. I muted a
See,
lot
but I
of
don't
the
mute anybody on Instagram. It's just,
a
it's
lot
like,
of the political
it's
stuff.
like-
It's curated.
it's like Kugler. It's like, hey, I'm at a football game. Look at this, a
Let me-
football game.
let me-
I
let
love
me-
it. It's awesome.
Everybody should
explain
have
to
a
you
social
one-
media that's a happy.
Let me
It's so
explain to
fun.
you one thing that frustrates me on Instagram.
Oh, here we go.
There is an account that I followed, right? That was a golden retriever. Okay, this golden retriever
yeah.
was the cutest. Is the cutest.
Was?
Is
Oh no!
is the
I
cutest.
was gonna say that's why I got sad.
Is
dog
so like
old
it
Yellard.
is like a hallmark golden retriever, right?
Yeah.
And
Classic dog
the
stuff.
owner of the golden
Classic
retriever,
retriever.
you know, like took him out, made videos, put
Took
some
him out.
pictures, whatever, like all that
Okay,
stuff.
so where does
right?
it go bad?
Well, people found out that the owner of this dog she's hot. Okay. She's like a very good looking woman. Okay. And so then eventually the account became less about the dog,
And what
which
about
is,
the woman?
and more about this woman who's hot. Okay. And her like posting very like scantily clad, like pictures and whatnot. And I'm like, this
Oh.
isn't what I signed up for. And then all of a sudden this chick is going on like, influencer vacations, and she's out in California
That's
and
not
she's
my kind of
hanging out with
person.
rappers and going out with like trying to be a wag and whatnot. And I'm like, I didn't follow you because you're hot. I followed you because of your dog. And now she's like leaving the dog weeks at a time,
Oh.
and she runs around
Well-
and like lives this life. I'm like, this makes me mad.
But you're still
because-
following her.
Well, no, I followed
she's
the
hot.
dog.
No.
She's hot. She's gorgeous. But it's just like one of those things where it's like, you exposed your animal so you could show off, all your things.
That's a new way of describing it. You exposed your animal.
Yes, she exposed her animal
Nice.
so she could go and be exposed. It's ridiculous. It makes me mad, but I still follow
By the way,
her.
that reminds me, real quick aside.
Yeah, my Instagram is just fun.
I was telling Josh that yesterday I got into a Seinfeld kick, and there were like 3 great episodes in a row. The day before, I watched the episode of The Office where Pam has the baby.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the line? Remember when Michael walks in to walks into the delivery room?
What does he say?
So he's got all these balloons, in typical Michael Scott fashion. He thinks he's basically the father,
Classic
walks
Michael.
in as the baby's being delivered. He comes back out. He's got the white sheet look on his face because he saw a little too much.
Uh-huh.
And then right before they do the open segment, they do the cutaway of Michael saying, that baby's going to have a lot of hair. That gets me every time.
Hey, by the way, Jordan asked a great question that we never discussed on Friday's show. How did the date go?
Oh.
Great.
Will
It's
there
fun.
be a second date? A second date has hit the McMaster?
I don't. I
Oh,
haven't really talked. We were.
No.
I am
That's a
going
bummer.
on
A second date with a different person. Mr. McMaster.
Mhm.
Look at
Wow. So you're just spreading everything.
Jesus.
You're spreading yourself all over
There
the
hasn't
place.
been any
He's
spreading
sowing
yet.
his.
I am going
seeds.
on this. I plan on hanging out with her again at some point.
Yeah.
We will see when. I don't know.
But you're going out on a different date with a different person.
That's allowed
Maybe
these days,
that's.
John.
I don't know. Do you have sources? Are they telling you that?
No,
You
I
just
thought that's
said
what
it.
you
You
just
literally
said.
just
My
said it.
source is you.
Yeah, you
You
said it.
probably shouldn't
Check the
Yeah.
tape, Nick.
Yeah,
I think,
that's happening. Yeah.
Wow. When's the second date?
But
Wow.
football season's over, and so I don't really have anything to do anymore.
That's
This
not
is
an
your version of
excuse.
Josh reading.
So football season is your
It
way to is like your guiding post to chastity.
I'm going to be honest with you. Yes.
Isn't it wild how like football disappears and it's like, what do I do with my Sunday now?
Literally.
Briss and I were discussing that yesterday. Like, what do we want to start doing with Sundays?
It was crazy. Like
Disc golf.
I can't go out. I don't go out on Thursdays because I watch Thursday night
Thursday Night
football.
Football.
Okay. And I go out on Fridays, but Fridays is like the day to go out with the guys, like to go and get drinks and like to hang out and go to Blackstone and whatnot. I'm not going to take that day away and go on a date as opposed to like going out.
Gotta watch
and then
football.
I
Saturdays,
don't need no woman
Well,
on Fridays. Get
and
out of here,
and
woman.
then Saturdays, I spend all day watching college football, and this season worked a lot of Saturdays.
Did you? I didn't notice.
What'd you do?
Big Red Overreaction 9 times, Nicholas.
On
Grimm.
1620 The Zone and
I did.
1019 The K.
Yes, I did. Okay. So, Peerless Energy Systems, by the way,
Nice.
your local heated compressed
Thank
air
you
system.
to our great sponsors.
Thank you
so
to our great sponsors.
It was one, and then Sundays I'm watching football, so I don't really have I don't have an opportunity.
Now you got all the free time in the world.
I have so much time. My Thursdays are open, my
Uh-huh.
Saturdays are open, my
Uh-huh.
Sundays are open.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, I go on dates.
Wow. This is amazing.
Yeah, but it's just the idea that this nice girl would decide to go out with you, and now you're already two-timing her.
I'm not two-timing her. We're gonna go out again.
It's a very normal thing now. You can date multiple people at one time.
I'm not
'Cause you're
dating
not
multiple
You say we're
people
not
at once.
dating anybody.
You're
I'm not
going.
dating
Well, it
anybody.
sounds
You're going
like
out
it.
on dates. That's
You're
dating.
going out on
I'm
a
a
date with a
single
different
man.
Whole
person.
question. He's not dating. He's going out on a date. Those are way different things.
We're not dating.
It's like a bar versus a brewery. Different places. Breweries have bars, but a brewery is not a bar.
A square is a rectangle. A rectangle isn't a square.
Boom.
I'm not in a relationship with anybody. I'm not cheating on anybody. If this girl who I went on a date with on Thursday went on a date with another dude, I'd have no problem.
Did you tell her that you're reading Project Hail Mary?
No.
That didn't come up.
Is
No.
that the secret?
That
To
could
get
be
a second date?
That could be a deal killer.
I'm married. Look at me
I got an hour and 45 minutes left.
in the book.
Yeah. I don't know how they're going to stretch this thing out.
I can't wait for you to find out.
It's crazy.
We might have
I've-
to bring you along when we go see the movie. You can just be
Oh.
our son.
Don't worry.
This is our
I mean,
son,
They'll,
Matt.
they'll probably.
Kind of do. If I had like oranger hair, I think I could probably pull it off.
Yeah,
Orange your hair. Wow.
it's red.
More orange hair. I do have a little bit of red in my beard because my dad was a redhead.
So you don't think that this book has an hour and 45 minutes more of stuff in it? Or a story?
That's a bad take, Matt.
See,
You know how they're going to drag it out, don't you? It's the
What?
way that they always drag it out.
What's
They'll
that?
add either zombies or vampires. That drags everything.
no,
out.
this is already an alien-based book, so we're already.
Spoiler alert.
Well, I
No,
imagine.
Rocky.
I imagine it's like most.
That's a spoiler alert.
What?
I just said it was an alien-based book.
It's just a name.
Yeah, you know what? There was in about an hour and a half yesterday. I hit 2 plot twists that I wasn't anticipating,
Let's go.
and I was like, "Oh my god!"
He
what's going
texted
on?
me. He goes, "I'm about to finish this," but it was like 10 minutes before the Nebraska game. I was like, "I don't think he's gonna finish it."
I didn't
No.
know.
Yeah, I was like, "There's no way he's gonna listen to the book and then watch the game," because then he was tweeting about the game.
Yeah, he's
I
not
also-
you listening to a podcast while you watch football.
I barely do that, Nick. I do it from time to time. By the way, Oh.
Yeah, go ahead. I do that from time.
I was gonna say, speaking of the game yesterday, we have not talked about Nick showing up behind Robin Washit and looking like Bigfoot
Yeah.
wandering in the forest. Have you seen this?
No, I
Really
have not
You
seen
missed
this.
That was a really funny screenshot.
Oh my gosh, John.
No, I didn't
I did
see
not
it.
see this.
Oh, wait until I show this.
I was
Hilarious.
not really of Twitter yesterday.
What's interesting to me is what people decided to latch onto because I'm just wearing my normal, like my coat, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, there was a sale on Carhartts at the Tractor Supply.
All right,
Oh,
so,
tough day on the construction job running the front loader.
so Robin was doing his little check-in before the game, and Ray caught it on YouTube. Look at Grimm photobombing Robin and dressed like it's 0 degrees outside.
He looks like
So then,
he
here's
looks
what I
like
did.
he had just come back in from plowing the driveway.
Look, so doesn't it look like the Bigfoot kind of motif? Like,
So
I'll upload it into the stream
We
here.
have to go ahead and we have to
that's
edit that out and put it in other like
Yes.
Yeah, that
put
is
Nick,
nice.
put Nick
That's
on the moon. You
That's
know,
a
or like
great idea.
Yes.
So
I
This is-
sent
this is good.
Josh a picture 2 days ago of a potential meme for Mr. Peterson to use during football season.
Oh yeah, which one was that?
It was the me looking at Matt Rule.
Oh my gosh, Matt gave the funniest. Next
Show-
time, next,
Show
yeah,
John.
I will
Show
show it
John
to
the
him.
picture.
Next time Matt Rule says something dumb, so I mean,
Well, we need to put both. Can we put both of them up here?
Yes,
on the,
I'll do
Go
that.
ahead.
Let's do that because we need to share for those
All
of you who
right.
are
It's
watching it
funny.
on the YouTube
It's
stream.
so this.
But anyway, real quick to describe. So there's Robin. By the way, it takes away from the fact that Robin is also doing Tiny Baby Microphone.
He is doing Tiny Baby
But
Yes.
he's doing like his is what kind of a mic is that?
It's like a fuzzy clip mic. Like that's a thing that a lot of influencers use.
Yeah, the fuzzy part is because of the muff.
Yeah.
That's
Yes,
the muff.
the fuzzy.
Well, yeah,
so
muffs
that's a
usually are
mini.
fuzzy.
It's a mini muff.
Usually.
Yeah,
Exactly.
It's a mini muff.
Mhm.
So
but so it kind of because that would have been my first observation was, oh look, Tiny Baby Microphone. But then you got Nick as Sasquatch
By the way,
walking.
that coat doesn't do you any favors because you look a little too big in that.
it's
but you're
because I'm a
not.
little too big.
No, you're not. You're fine.
A little
Okay.
too big.
You're fine.
Yeah,
Well,
but
you got a
those,
belly.
yeah, but those coats,
You're a grown
they're,
man.
they're big coats. You literally look
It's
like
not that big of a coat. I have it. It's not a big coat. It's not even a Carhartt.
You're
Well,
fine.
either way, it looks like it literally looks like you just walked in from out of sight and you're about ready to go. Ma, I got the driveway scooped off. Do I need to do the deck next?
So what I'm confused about is people said I looked like I was dressed like it was 0 degrees outside. I'm just wearing my coat. Those are normal Vans pants. I'm not wearing a hat.
it's
That's
just more
a
to
coat.
do with the beige. The
But
beige
also,
is very.
It look. You know what it looks like? It almost looks like my grandpa's old coveralls because he
Yeah.
had coveralls.
Wait, so Nick, what are you confused by?
Why people were so weird about
Because it looks like you're wearing
'Cause
a
it's funny.
Canadian tuxedo, but in like a brown version.
right. But here's the thing about coats. I took it off and I had a blue polo,
Nick,
so
no
it looked
one's-
very normal.
Why are you triggered? It's a funny photo.
business in the front,
It is
party in the blue
But
polo.
the coat was also for after the game. Their post game went until like 7:30. It was like 30 degrees outside.
Nick looks
by
like
then.
the type of guy that goes, "These kids don't get it."
That coat does look like Nick. See, because it's the same color, it looks like you're wearing a snowsuit.
It looks like coveralls.
Yeah, yes,
it looks like my grandpa's coveralls.
Yeah.
And
Nick
that's
looks
what
like-
that's what I originally thought.
So am I supposed to plan what coat I wear based around what jeans I wear? Am
No,
I supposed to have multiple
no.
coats?
I
No.
wouldn't wear a brown on brown. That's not my style.
Nick looks like the movie character
I'm-
that's like hiding in the woods off the grid.
So
I'm fine with it. It's a it's a great photo.
I'm more about utility, right? I don't really care what it looks like because the purpose it's serving is to keep me warm while I need it to be warm.
Well, then you
and
should
I
be
take it
fine
off.
with all of the jokes.
I'm just confused about the jokes.
We
that's
just
all.
explained them to
It's
you.
just really funny when it's just it's like when you see Hannah Montana in Sweet Life and Zach and Cody, you know?
By
It's
the way-
like different characters in different shows.
Chance just sent me something that is wholly inappropriate because he's been doing this meme about the bad vibes and look at what football is doing to basketball on a certain date in September of 2001. Good Lord. All right. Now let's show the photo. This is Matt with Matt Rule. And so the next time Rule says something dumb, I cannot wait to post this. I am so excited. Why are you
and he's
so
wearing
triggered?
a Cubs t-shirt. I love
It's so good.
it. It does look like you are triggered.
This is a press conference in Lincoln.
Was this
in
23?
20. This is his first season.
Okay.
This is a morning press conference.
He was probably like, Jeff
This is
Sims
back
gonna
when
be
they were
good.
doing them underneath
at the North
South- or
Concourse
North Concourse.
because they have not finished the facility yet.
Correct.
So I was there for KLIN. Like I had to grab audio, but this was a Saturday. Okay. So I did not want to be there. I was also violently hungover in this picture, which is why I still have like I'm just not dressed. Like I really don't care.
Yeah.
And he was. I don't remember what he was saying, but I do remember just being like bored out of my mind and just like I've heard this spiel so many times at this point. So yeah. So somebody then was obviously across from me, took this picture and
It's a
used
great picture.
used
It's
it as
so funny.
it used it as like Matt Rule's at the podium right now, and it's a much wider photo.
But
right?
then if you just
But then my buddy grabbed it and zoomed in on it and was like,
Perfect.
Matt looks like not happy to be there.
Perfect.
That is so perfect.
so yeah.
So
You look like you belonged in the scrum that we were in with Diaco when he went on his.
There are so
post-Northwestern
many funny
rant.
photos from that.
I just that
Kenneth writes, bad time Matt, disappointed Matt.
seriously, like this is
that is really good.
I sent this to Josh. I was like, even back then I knew it was BS.
Uh-huh.
now
Very funny.
let me propose something.
I saw him
Can-
at the game yesterday. By
Can
the way,
we take?
You
Can-
saw what?
Matt Rule?
Somebody asked me on Twitter today if Matt Rule's gone any games this year.
He was at the game
was
yesterday.
at the
He
Illinois
was
I
at
saw
the
him.
Creighton game. I saw him quoting it.
yeah.
Interesting that he's not getting ready for football season.
Mm.
Well,
It
I
is
mean,
still
in fairness, there's
7 months away.
Yeah.
Countdown's on.
Yeah, but like with that schedule, prep early.
That's true. It's a tough schedule.
Is there a way where we can flip flop and put this Matt in this photo and that Nick in that photo?
Oh, I can do that. Yeah, I'll
Very nice.
I'll do some work during the commercial.
Can we flip flop? Just see.
I like the idea of putting me in different places like I'm Bigfoot. That's really
I think
funny.
that'd be funny. Yeah, no. So I was I don't know what he was saying, but I was very unimpressed by Matt Rule. But I found that the Apple phones now, they do that funny thing where it's just like they just give you random photos to look at on a random day, and that popped up.
And that was the one that showed up.
And I immediately thought of Josh. I was like, Josh will definitely use this as some
Matt,
sort of ammo.
you know me very well, and I really appreciate it.
I do my best. My love language is gift giving.
Is that
I
true?
don't know. I don't know if that's a thing. I know some.
That's
First
a
off,
thing.
if you told me that if your love language was gift receiving, I'm
Hello.
like, you're selfish. You know,
Well, yeah,
that's kind of
I get that
ridiculous.
vibe
sound
too.
like,
You know?
that doesn't sound like
But-
love language at all.
At all. It sounds like you just like to be given things.
Right.
Like get out of here. My love language
that?
is gift giving.
Where he's just standing behind Robin, and so then you
By the way,
want.
can you send me the Nick
yes,
photo by
yes,
itself?
I will.
Incredible.
I will get all of that to you.
I didn't even notice Robin there. That's the really funny part.
1620 the meme.
Mhm.
Nice.
We love memes, folks.
So that's a screenshot from Robin's video.
That was he does a little pregame video now,
Right.
and
So
yeah,
someone
that's
actually
that.
saw. I was watching.
Somebody, one of our listeners, Ray, saw it and was like, "That's hilarious. I'm going to grab
That
this."
is great.
Yeah.
I think there was a photo of me at like a Mickey Joseph press conference one time too. That was
Really?
kind of similar to that.
Hmm.
I went to all of those.
You
press
still go to press conferences?
Yeah.
from
Yeah,
time
not
to
anymore.
time.
Unfortunately, I can't
Yeah,
do
you're
it.
not going to be able to anymore. You're
I
going to
like-
be airing them now.
I liked going to the Saturday press conference.
Back when Take 5 was a thing, you'd go there and then
I
come
know.
back and do
Oh,
it.
whatever happened to Take 5?
Things changed, and just one of those things where it's like I have a lot of work to do.
Now you have
already.
Take 4 hours.
Yeah, there's a lot of we have a lot of work to be done on the middays with Matt, and my focus has been on that. Take 5 will return eventually.
Oh,
That's good.
Perhaps we need to usher Take 5 back into our rotation.
Potentially.
Perhaps we will,
Perhaps.
John. A church joke.
Yes.
Ushers.
or it could be a wedding joke,
Or a wedding joke.
By the way,
funeral joke.
You're getting married soon.
I'm not gonna have ushers.
is there? I mean,
Wow. Nick having a non-traditional wedding. What a shock.
yeah.
Mm.
Still salty.
Couldn't
huh?
see that coming.
But will the McStibbs?
McStibbs-a-Palooza is going to be rocking at the Sydney.
But is it going to be very traditional?
Yeah, we're going to get hammered. That's
Yeah,
as
okay.
traditional as you can
Okay,
get.
good.
You
I'm
know?
just asking.
We're
But
just gonna
going back-
order from this Italian pizza place, Domino's, and they're gonna cater.
Domino's?
Yeah, Domino's.
Speaking of ushers,
Aren't all pizza places technically Italian?
No, not really.
Not really.
The ones that are like artisan. By the way, if I go to your menu and I look at your menu and it says shareables as opposed to appetizers or handhelds as opposed to sandwiches, get over yourself. Okay.
Wow.
Get over yourself.
Really?
You're not that big of a deal. Okay. You're not fancy or, that's because you have shareables and cursive lettering doesn't make it right for you to charge me $17 for your average ass burger. All right.
Wow.
Just because you crack an egg on the top of the thing doesn't mean it's $7 more expensive.
That does sound good.
Okay.
Eggs
By the
are
way,
expensive.
Also, too, I go to
Eggs
some
are
of these-
expensive.
I go to some of these burger places, right? You're telling me you don't serve Busch Light, you don't serve Miller Light. We only have local, vanilla bean blonde. It serves on tap. No, I want a Busch Light with my burger. How do you not have that? Ridiculous.
Okay.
Anyway, going back to ushers, is there
Yeah.
is there quietly, and I'm talking about the ushers like who work at church, so not for like weddings and stuff, but just
Okay.
the regular service.
Yeah.
That quietly have a more intrusive job because
Like
their
Batman?
job is to find places for the late, especially for the latecomers, right?
Mhm.
You got your people that are there early and they're already sitting down and they got their seats.
Brown nosers.
But then the late people come in and there might be like 2 seats open next to you and you're sitting on the aisle. And now you think you got all this room. And then all of a sudden you see that usher come down the aisle and he stands next to your pew and you're like, oh, don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you put those people got here 5 minutes after the
Mm.
service started. Don't you put them here.
Fake
And then
service.
and then they put them there.
I was an usher at the most recent wedding I was at, and it was incredibly frustrating because the people that I didn't know, like the other side of the wedding, right? I told them, here, sit here, be here, whatever. No big deal, right? But with my family, like the whole seniority thing of like, I'm your aunt, you know, or I'm your grandmother, or I'm your cousin, I'm your bigger cousin. I'm not going to listen to you was so frustrating, right? Because it's like, oh, it's Matt. Like, oh, I can just sit here, Matt. I go, no, you can't. There's like, we literally were told where you're supposed to sit.
This is a
where
society.
like
Societies have
literally,
rules.
like
We
you're
live in a
supposed to be
society.
here because you're reading this speech. And it got to the point where my mom was like being the usher, and I was like, no, you're not. Like, please, like you're making this worse. Okay, so my one experience being a true usher at a wedding sucked because it was like, no, everyone already thought they had seniority over me because I'm little tiny baby cousin Matt, you know. But I already had like I got
I've been an usher twice.
Now-
I did a great job.
Now,
well, because you
I've only
don't
been
know
an
the
usher
people.
once.
The people that don't know you, they go, "Oh, this guy's the usher. He clearly has an assigned seating.
Usher
Here,
twice.
This is where they have
Groomsman
to
4
sit."
times. Best man.
here's
twice.
my question.
I'm a friend.
Best
Why,
man once, groomsman a lot.
why do we need to segregate the wedding parties?
Yeah, most weddings that I go to actually are like, we don't care.
That's
Yeah.
why we're
I
not
mean,
going to
I
have
get-
ushers.
I get
We
that
asked them,
why.
do you
I
wanna
get that
sit on
why
a
mom and
specific
dad,
side?
grandma and grandpa, you know, immediate family sits up front.
Yes,
But everybody else is just like, hey, it's okay if the wife or the bride to be's, you know, aunt is sitting next to the groom's cousin.
it was
It's okay.
It was more of a.
You're all going to be one big happy family now anyway, thanks to this beloved union between man and woman.
It was more of a. They should have put some paper that said reserved on the seats that were clearly reserved.
Here's the solution
Yes,
to
please.
both that and to the whole just church in general. And we solved this with the movie theaters. We now buy the seats. It's
You
no
want
longer
them to buy wedding seats?
no, not buy, but we
Excuse
just,
me,
we just
sir.
assign
You're
them.
in my
we
my
just
wedding seat,
assign
sir.
them.
Wait, weren't you the guy last week that said you didn't like assigned seats for the dinner? Wasn't that you?
What dinner?
Like the reception? Wasn't that you?
Oh, I like
Which-
that. I
which
like the
reception?
assigned
I thought we
seats.
talked about assigned seating at receptions at some point the last couple of weeks, and you were out on. it.
No,
Am I remembering wrong? Okay.
That might have been.
I'm out on it.
Nick was
We're
at my
not going to do
bed shop.
that. We're not
Yeah.
having
You're
a
not
sit.
doing that.
No, sit wherever you
Oh,
want.
I think that's a mistake.
Everybody sit wherever they
You
want
have
to
to.
sit.
It's
You
not
have
a
to.
mistake. Here's the thing: you'll just sit with your friends anyway.
You got to control the narrative.
No,
you know,
why?
Interesting.
Because I don't know. You got to.
It's my wedding. I don't care. It's my narrative.
You got to have a good mix, you know, and you got to. I think you got to play it safe a little bit because you don't want, you know, a table and I'm going to all these people, but then the table gets too full, then I got to eat somewhere else with a bunch of people I don't know. You can avoid that by assigning seats.
Yeah, I mean, because you're having this non-traditional wedding, you may be intermingling because there's going to be folks who are going to be like, I can't believe they did that.
Like Chance.
Okay.
Chance is going to find out who would be the most funny for me
But-
to sit next to at
Yeah.
next wedding.
Yeah.
By the way, too, I think we need
Nanny,
to
Chance.
eliminate.
My
we need to
nanny.
eliminate the saying non-traditional wedding because I think non-traditional weddings are just becoming traditional weddings at this point.
I would
wedding,
agree.
Yeah.
Well,
wedding-
I guess we
like,
need to define exactly what a
is
traditional
it-
wedding is.
Exactly. Like
'Cause-
the last 4 weddings I've been to, none of them have been in a church. None of them have had like a service. None of
Yeah.
them have had a priest. Like
yeah.
people in this day and age have just been very like, you know, we're very independent as a society now. We've never been more, you know, independent. We've never been more proud of our independence as a society.
Yeah, what is is getting
Yeah.
married at a non-church not traditional?
I would say.
I
I
think
mean,
that's what
that
I
would be
consider.
I
that would
think
be the OG definition.
Like,
I
if
think,
you're-
of a
okay, how about
non-traditional
this?
wedding, but,
If the
Both my
person who's
weddings weren't traditional
officiating,
then.
if the person who's officiating your wedding,
well, yours
is
was
like-
traditional in certain cultures, especially ones that existed in Germany in the 30s.
Under.
if the
Designated
person who's
Hitler.
officiating your wedding is like your friend or something like that, you're very much on the path to a non-traditional wedding.
I
Well,
officiated
what
a
if
wedding.
you're friend with your priest?
Well, then but that's a priest, you know.
I think
but-
priest
but I
supersedes
just-
friend.
I just think.
The officiant for my wedding was my old boss.
Oh, okay, that's kind of
very
cool. But where was
non-traditional.
your?
And got married on top of a mountain.
Yeah,
Way
that's
untraditional.
very untraditional. Like I just don't think I think a wedding is a wedding nowadays. Like it's
No,
just
you're-
like
you're probably
it's just-
right.
it's kind of in the eye of the beholder.
By the way,
You're
we're up
probably right.
against it. We got to go to break. But
My-
Jasker Todd.
My brother had a wedding at a whirly ball facility.
Okay, that's wild.
It was like there was bowling at his wedding.
Going back to Nick and
Yep.
his outfit. Brown on brown is the Iowa tuxedo.
Nice.
That's what you were rocking on Sunday, Nick.
Go Hawks.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Just dropped the Go Hawks.
Yeah.
Wild.
Not really.
About the only thing Nick was missing was a conversation with a police officer saying, "Yeah, so what did he look like? He's kind of funny looking."
Funny looking.
I saw him running over there. You want me to? I can swing the car around and go and help you out if you want.
Hey, looks like it's going to turn colder.
Yeah. How long's your shift? You guys off at 11 when you get up? Oh, you're all the way out to 2 a.m. today?
You ever see Fargo?
No, I haven't.
Sad.
It's been on my list for a while.
It's a great movie.
We've never done that in Movie Club,
never
have
done
we?
Fargo.
Wait, Fargo, is that the one with
Ooh.
Ben Affleck and they sneak all those people out?
No.
That's
Argo.
Argo.
That's Argo.
Which
Not-
we have done
that's
for Movie
Argo
Club.
without the F.
Yes.
Wow.
Fargo without the F.
Argo, we got the F out.
Now I'm just imagining.
Fargo's on
Hey,
HBO.
that makes sense.
Now I'm just imagining Argo, but with the people from Fargo.
Fargo's on HBO Max.
Argo's a
I
great
just
movie.
saw the tail end of it like Saturday morning. It was on.
Great movie. God, what a great movie.
All right. I'm going to go and play chess and finish my book.
Nice.
Enjoy, Matt.
And maybe have another date because, you're just.
That's Wednesday.
Wait, you know what?
everybody.
It's ridiculous. I get made fun of for not going on dates, and now I go on dates, and now I'm getting made fun of.
No,
It's never. I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't.
Can't believe you're two-timing this poor girl.
I'm not two-timing this poor girl. I'm two-timing
It's
myself.
like, what is
I'm
it?
giving
The
myself
Chad versus
options.
what meme, Nick? What's that called? Chad versus. It's like the virgin.
Virgin versus Chad.
Yeah, you're the
Yeah.
virgin and you're the Chad at the same time.
No, maybe I'm just an attractive guy.
Maybe he's just a virgin.
Maybe he's just a virgin.
Mm.
Congrats.
That's the crossover.
Brought to you by Everett Level Concrete Repair. No
Great
more.
work, everybody.
EverettLevelConcrete.com. We'll be back on 1620 The Zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh my goodness.
What?
I just felt like saying, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Whatever shall we do?
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome, everyone, to the Grum. We are pleased that you would be here to join us on this wonderful day that the good Lord has made. It's actually pleasant.
I will rejoice.
Preacher
I will
John.
rejoice and be glad in it.
Yeah.
And be glad in it.
Something like that.
Is it more annoying? This is a total non sequitur.
Yeah.
Is it more annoying to be sick and to have all the trappings of being sick, or to feel way better, but you still have the trappings, like when you're trying to go to sleep and you can't stop coughing,
Oh,
even though you feel way better?
like last time I was sick, I had a lingering cough for like 2 weeks.
Me last night, all day. I feel amazing. I'm hanging out. We go to a birthday party for a nephew, have a great time. We go to the biggest Hy-Vee in the history of America. We buy things. Thought they were going to have my favorite salt and vinegar chips. They didn't.
The
Sad.
Lighthouse one.
Oh, your favorite salt and vinegar chips, the ones you can probably
No.
find those in the restroom. They're
You-
floating at the bottom of the toilet.
Josh at Hope Lodge the other day.
Yeah.
So they had Jimmy John's for us.
Were there salt and vinegar chips?
There were salt and vinegar chips, but I saw a bag in the trash and it was basically full.
You monster.
Who would
John.
do that?
John Bishop.
John.
And
No,
so
I did not do that. I would have liked to.
did
have
all
done
sorts of stuff. Watched the game, took Banks for a walk, knocked out some reading, knocked out season 3, episode 1 of Industry. I'm feeling good. I'm like, time for bed. Lay down. And then I feel terrible because I'm going to keep her up all night. Thankfully, I fell asleep. I don't like it. So yes, the worst part about being sick is the being sick part. But man, the lingerers, man, I don't like that crap.
Cranberries.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
Yeah.
stuff.
By the way, thanks a lot, jerk face.
I heard you coughing.
I got
earlier.
to do it.
Yeah,
I got it too.
Yeah.
Though
You told me to come do the show. Sorry, that's your fault. I was going to stay at home and do the show. Everyone
didn't-
was like, "You need to come and do the show.
I didn't-
We want to have you."
I didn't tell you had to. I just suggested it.
It was
And
better.
I don't know if it's the same thing. I mean,
That's why I didn't shake Max hand. I didn't want to get him sick.
I think you were past the point of being contagious.
I hope so.
it's weird because I would like to credit science.
Oh, here we go. What rant do you want to go on this time,
No,
John?
it's not a rant. I'm crediting science. I want to think that this is like the same stuff that's been going around that knocked Rink Mast on his ass and others.
Oh, Rink and me handshake meme.
But because I got the flu shot,
I got the flu shot too.
it knocked the severity down.
Oh, shout out to us.
Like so,
So what
I
do we-
could sense my nose was starting to get a little runny and
See, and I
congested.
haven't had that at all.
on
I have
Friday?
I have not been blowing my nose.
On Friday on the way back from Omaha.
Yeah.
From we were at Hope Lodge. And by the way, thanks to everyone at Hope Lodge. Did you know
Shout out.
someone brought in a $4,000 check?
Wow.
What?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Isn't that awesome?
Good
That's
for
really
that
cool.
person.
And
And for the Hope Lodge.
then went to the Creighton baseball banquet. But on the way home, it was like, oh, it's getting a little runny, it's a little congested. And then Saturday I was feeling kind of sleepy. You know, that kind of that fatigue that you
UConn
get
put
when you're
Creighton to
sick.
sleep that night, so it makes sense.
Heyo.
But other than just the fact that, you know, the nose is a little bit runny, it's not
It's
that
mainly
bad.
been the cough. And I was super
And I don't
fatigued
really have
on
much of a
Wednesday.
cough.
Yeah, the cough has been the annoying thing for me this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Stibbs writes vaccine talk on the zone.
Vaxxed.
Listen, I am a supporter of the flu shot. It's a good thing.
Couldn't agree more.
It's a very good thing.
What about the measles shot? How you feel about that?
What's going around now?
Well, I've never had the measles.
Measles are going around again? How did that happen?
I don't know.
What's the other disease that went away for like decades and now it's back?
Polio.
How did that one come back? Interesting. Idiots.
Well, it's just like everything else. Hollywood doesn't know how to make originals, so they just remake.
God, the polio remake sucks.
Yeah, it is pretty terrible.
Yeah. No, I am a big supporter of the flu shot. I bet. Do either of you have your Vax card from COVID?
Oh, yeah, it's still in my wallet.
I lost mine at some point, and I never found it back. I don't know where it went.
Science denier Nick.
Look at this. Where's it?
Mine's in my lanyard.
Look at that. Look at that.
Mine's in my lanyard. In fact, someone noticed it the other day because, I just keep the same lanyard and I just tuck my Creighton pass in there every year. But on the flip side, because we were traveling all the time and they needed to see it, I was like, you know what? This is something that's always going to be with me. And I didn't want to put it in my wallet because you had to fold it up like that because they didn't make the damn thing.
Yeah, it was like a really weird size.
So it's just sat in my lanyard and I just leave it there. Someone noticed it the other day. Oh, you still got your COVID vaccination card? Yep.
March 11th, 2021. The first one. I got one of those random things at Target where I put my name in and I got a call and it was like, you got to be here in a half hour.
You won the COVID lottery.
Seriously, and I did. And I was recording a podcast that night, as I often do, with my friends Connor and Mark and Stibbs here in this building for their podcast 3 Beers Later. And so like half of it was spent on, I got the COVID vaccine.
Nice.
And I showed up the next day. My boss was like, how did you get that? I was like, well, there's this website. You can sign up for it.
There's this website.
Look,
it's
we're not beating the allegations. Yes, are we talking about vaccines because we don't want to talk about the local basketball teams losing? Perhaps. That could be what's going on right now. Are we afraid to talk about the local basketball teams who, again, lost together this weekend?
Washed up?
The questions that will try to be asked. The questions that will be tried to be asked today.
They will try to be asked, but
answered. We're going to try to answer them.
Not sure if we're going to answer them very well.
Stibbs writes, March 11th, 2021, the 20-year anniversary of my grandfather's death. Is that the grandfather that played for Creighton baseball, I wonder? March 11th is my brother Caleb's birthday.
My brother Caleb's birthday is March 5th.
Caleb will turn 35 in a month. Wow. Shout out to you, Caleb. Happy birthday. A month.
I mean, given how used to, touring the country in March that I am, kind of hoping maybe we do get a COVID rerun,
Don't you say that,
Why would
John.
you want
Just
that?
knock the tournament out.
No. You get to go to Las Vegas. You get to go to Las Vegas.
I already have been there,
if
Josh.
Creighton wins enough games.
Already been there.
How many games does Creighton have to win in the Crown to make it back to Vegas? 3? Or
I have no
2?
idea.
You know.
What? To do what?
To make it to the Crown. Isn't it 2 wins?
I don't
Then
know.
the Crown is... Or are you in Vegas the whole time? I can't even remember.
Hell, I don't know.
Come on, you were watching Nebraska games last year.
You know how many total combined minutes of the Crown I watched?
Yeah.
About 13 seconds.
What's the total minutes going to be this year? At least 40.
Nice.
That's neither here nor that's neither
least 40.
That's neither here nor there. The bottom line is I wasn't paying attention.
All right, here real quick.
So if you're asking me trivia questions about the Crown, the only one I know is Nebraska won it.
John, I have the answer for you. All 4 games took place in Las Vegas.
Nice.
Nebraska beat Arizona State by 8.
Why do you sound so happy? Why
I'm
do
pumped
you?
for you.
Why
You
do
get
you
to go
wish?
to Vegas.
I was already there. Don't you
back?
remember?
No, I know you get to go back. John,
I don't want to go back.
Wouldn't you rather be in Vegas than like Maui or somewhere like that?
think about
They don't do postseason tournaments in Maui.
Think about all of the great listeners of this show who are like young, like Platt Cat or Karen McGee. Think about those people. If you told them you get a free trip to Vegas, they're would lose their minds.
They're not getting a free trip to Vegas.
But you are. That's what I'm saying.
But I've already had one.
But you get another one.
But I don't want another one.
I'll take a free. Do you want me to call the games? I'll go do it. Marcus Blossom?
You sound way too enthused.
To what? Announce basketball games? To get paid to call sports?
No, you're not getting
paid. That's the dream.
You're not
in
getting
Las
paid.
Vegas.
You're not getting paid.
I go play a little craps. God, this sounds awesome. I'll go with John if you need an analyst.
You just want to play craps.
I love craps.
I mean,
so much fun.
You could do that in Council Bluffs.
But it's not as fun as Las Vegas.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's more expensive in Vegas.
Exactly.
But
I
it's
would
fun.
think. Anyway, it's time for the Grum Down.
Grum down.
Nice.
Well done.
Oh, I already got an email too, by the way, from Kenneth, who had Nick at the JFK assassination, who had Nick replacing the Sasquatch, and then the Loch Ness Monster. Good job by you, Kenneth. Good job by you, Kenneth.
Incredible.
Orange crushed.
Oh, that's Tennessee orange.
That's Illinois orange, Nick. You were at the game.
Yeah, but also Tennessee orange.
No, their orange is a little different.
Jays plucked.
Yeah.
We're going to have a look at the Big Ten race to the finish.
Is this basketball or is this a football conversation?
No, they're not. They haven't started in football yet.
But so thus the race is about
We're
to
going to start
begin.
talking about baseball.
Mm-mm.
It's college
No
baseball.
one cares about Big Ten baseball.
Thank you, John.
Some of us do, John.
Shout out to John.
Some of us like bad baseball.
You just love the dumbest, baddest things. That's your whole bit.
When the Big Ten starts caring about baseball, then people can start caring about baseball. In other words,
Oh, never.
you'll never have to care about
In the
Big Ten
words of
baseball.
Michael Caine, never.
Nebraska's Lamar Jackson 2.0.
You want to talk about my eyes rolling into the back of my skull. I saw that quote this weekend.
It's incredible.
Come on.
The bad vibes off season wants none of your dunking. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be along.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
Is defense back in college football, folks?
Oh, wow. I'm happy for you.
Michael Severe Monday.
Awesome.
And are goalie fights more staged than WWE?
Goalie fights.
Mm-hmm.
This is a hockey conversation?
Or is it a soccer conversation?
A soccer conversation. Why would John want to do that?
I don't know.
They don't really have fights in soccer because they're too busy flopping.
Exactly. You can't have a fight if you're already on the ground.
Yeah.
True.
They have flop-offs.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
402-951-1620.
Sharon,
Here's the Prairie Flyer Casinos on Highline.
Sharon writes, are you serious with that title? Washed after losing the 2 top 10 games? Drag Grim on this, please. Man, I am happy to call Nick a moron for 4 hours today.
I'm just asking questions. But also read the
There is a
description.
question mark.
Something tells me that Nick got overly influenced by being with the Illinois crew yesterday.
Seriously.
I love Brian Barnhart. He's a great guy.
Brian is a nice guy, friend of the Grum.
I was going to say we have that guy on the show during football season.
We do.
Yeah,
Why
but-
didn't you get him on last week, Nick?
I wasn't asked.
Can't take your own initiative?
Well, when he does, we usually rip him for it, like
point.
things such as Nebraska basketball washed?
Excellent.
Question mark.
Excellent point by you. Excellent point by you.
Yeah, I think Nick spending 3 hours within the periphery of Illinois
In the
radio
Iowa tuxedo.
in the Iowa tuxedo probably turned him totally against Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
People forget though that Nick is of Iowa.
Pretty good
I am
seats
of
you had
Iowa.
there, Nick.
Great seats.
Yeah,
My
shout
view
out to
from
you.
the office.
Isn't that nice? Isn't that a fun tweet to
It
make?
is a fun tweet.
I love the view from the office.
I almost
tweets.
took a picture of Kevin and Nick because they were right next to me.
You should have.
I thought about it, but I'm like, maybe that's intrusive.
Did he say hi to you?
He did.
Look at that.
Him and Nick both equally seemed very shocked that I was there.
Understandable.
It was
I had
like,
a
you're
me-
of sports now.
I had a message from a mutual friend who may or may not be filling in on Wednesday who said, why the bleep is Nick there?
It's not a new thing. I've done basketball games
That's what
before.
I said. And he said, F him. So he was very excited for you, Nick.
All right.
We love when you get to make extra money.
I like making extra money.
It makes us all very happy.
Guess what? I'm doing it again this weekend too.
For who?
Seton Hall.
Wow.
Did you
Can't wait for him to be Seton Hall pilled.
you Iowans, did you tell jokes back in the day about why is the wind always blowing in Iowa? Because Nebraska blows and Illinois sucks.
No, we never
Nice.
acknowledge Nebraska because it's not a real. It's a very one-sided rivalry.
Wow. Wow. Sadly, no lies are detected.
Yeah, that's true.
Where I came from, we all trash talked Missouri for some reason. Not the school, just the state of Missouri.
I mean, it's understandable with the porn and the fireworks. And
It was nice when they had fireworks and Iowa didn't, because you just go down like a little road trip, do a little Han Solo for some fireworks.
Interesting.
you can hit us up in the Zone Twitter feed.
Yep.
At USC 1620.
Mm-hmm.
Where today, Josh asked an inflammatory question.
The one about the vibes?
Yeah.
Is Nebraska washed?
No, man, I got a lot of good responses out of this question, John.
Oh, good. We can
A
tackle
lot
that.
of good responses.
The Equitable Bank Zone inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. equitableonline.com, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Yep.
Send us your emails as you
Please.
wish. All right. Well, I guess we need to tackle the question that Nick is asking. Is Nebraska washed?
Elephant in the room.
Acknowledge me.
Sometimes it's good just to be reminded where your roots are.
What? Are we doing football again?
No. The roots
God.
just feeling comfortable with losing again.
Oh, come on, John.
Nebraska needed to lose that game.
I'm happy for all of the dorks in the
they
audience.
needed to
I
lose.
needed them to lose. Now they've lost twice. How do you feel about them now?
Double good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, seriously.
Maybe
Maybe they'll lose to Rutgers.
I'm sure that
Triple good.
I'm sure that the people that were on this grum last week advocating that Nebraska should lose the Michigan game just so we get it out of the way, as if losing is something that happens and once it's done, it never comes back.
Folks.
Ask the Cleveland. Yeah, I'm sure those people in the 60s, like Cleveland Browns fans, were saying, man, we just need to lose a couple here and then we'll get it out of the way. And they haven't
dunking
won
on the Browns a lot today.
Why am I dunking? Oh.
I don't know.
By the way, John, what's this reference? So one of our listeners, Kyle, sent in a photo of Nick walking by a bunch of cows. I don't know if this is an event of some kind. Did they escape?
No, he just doesn't he look like he belongs in that photo?
He does. He looks like a fellow cow.
I did do 4-H when I grew up.
It does look a little warm there for him to be wearing the Iowa tuxedo.
It looks very toasty.
Yeah.
Very, very toasty.
But yeah, so I'm sure that the Nebraska fans who were saying that last week, they're probably the first ones saying, "Oh my God, we're not going to make the tournament now. Oh, what are we going to do?"
I'm happy for them.
Those people.
Those people, indeed.
What do we do with those people?
I don't know.
Well, we'll discuss that and more next as we continue on a Monday, 1620 The Zone.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixins. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
Pro move.
They don't call me Grill Sergeant for nothing.
No matter your goals, UBT helps you feel good about reaching them. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Get a free second pair of glasses with insurance at iMart Express. Now with an upgraded selection of over 150 frames to choose from. Pick one for when you're busy doing nothing, and one for when you're up for anything. Plus, with free same-day speed, go from booking an eye exam to walking out with new glasses in a blink. So you can take your vision benefits further, faster. iMart Express. Get glasses? Go see.
Breakfast burritos for the morning brainstorm. Easy Cater. Paninis for the lunch and learn. Easy Cater. Barbecue for the clients from Boston. Easy Cater. Brownie boxes and mini bundt cakes for Brenda's workiversary. Easy Cater. One simple platform to feed any size group with food they love from favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Easy Cater. All the food for your workplace, all in one place. Start an order at easycater.com.
Is this another new bump there, Nick?
No, this one's actually been in here
Yeah, I was
since
gonna say, this
I
one's
started.
old.
Oh, has okay.
Yeah. It's called sweater weather.
It still is sweater weather. Man, it was so nice yesterday.
And it's going to get nicer this week. Speaking of, old man Doug texts in.
Oh, hi, old man Doug.
402-951-1620.
Wow, old man Doug texting in, not using the old man Doug zone inbox.
That's kind of a tough look.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure which noise to play there.
He says, is the snow done for the year?
Oh.
No. Okay. Jeez. Doug, you of all people should know not to encourage him. Come on.
Encourage. I will give a serious answer to this question.
Yeah, serious answer.
Of course it's not done. It's February 2nd. What kind of idiot would predict the snow is done today?
Remember when it snowed in May?
You have done it pretty damn early.
Never on
Pretty sure you have done it before Valentine's Day before.
Probably, but I'm not doing it today. People forget, everyone talks about 2020, COVID. Oh, cool, COVID. Do you remember that one time it snowed and then like later that day it all melted? We had so much snow and then it was melting on my windshield that a small crack in my windshield turned into a full-blown catastrophe and I had to get a new windshield on my car.
Is this the first year we're not having a Mount Happer?
Well, now that's a jinx. You going to yell at him? That's a jinx.
Yeah, but
I'm just asking questions.
Interesting. You keep asking these questions.
Just asking questions.
You keep asking these questions.
If you would like to see the Supernovas in action, 1620 The Zone has you covered. They're back home next Thursday to take on the Dallas Pulse. Once again, kudos to the Supernovas for having a normal nickname and not one of these singular words like vibe and pulse.
Wait, but you just said their name is Pulse.
They are the Dallas Pulse. I'm giving kudos to the Supernovas for having a normal nickname.
I
the Dallas Pulse is an abnormal nickname.
The Pulse credit, and then you were making.
No, I'm giving the Novas credit.
Yeah, Pulse is a stupid nickname.
I do like Pulse more than Vibe though, and Mojo.
How
way
do you
better.
like anything more than Vibe? That's your whole vibe.
Yeah. Anyway,
it'd be like an ice cream man.
Let me finish the read. Week from Thursday, February 12th, 7 o'clock at the CHI Health Center, Omaha. We've got your tickets here on the Grum.
Awesome.
That we'll be giving away later this week. Maybe you know what? Maybe we'll play a game called "What's That Pulse?"
Wow, that's a great idea. And then are we playing?
You'll all learn how to take your pulse.
Oh, that's good. That's handy.
Steve writes in Equitable Bank inbox. Hey.
Hi.
No.
Okay.
I don't think they're washed. They are vulnerable, though.
Oh.
They lack size, and it really was on display against the last two opponents, Michigan and Illinois. I'm reading that. Do you see that? That broadcaster said it yesterday.
Yeah.
Now it's
that broadcaster. His name is Kevin Kugler.
No, it wasn't that guy.
Oh.
Was it Nick?
Plus, they will lose games at the charity line. They're one of the worst teams in the country at getting to the line.
All right. Well, okay. Let's take the last part first and then get the H out of the way.
No, you are a ref guy. You're not allowed to.
Yes. No. I'm not.
You love talking about officials.
I'm not here to either bag on or compliment the officials.
Okay.
But it is true that Nebraska, like Creighton, they are teams that offensively do not play a style that lends to getting a lot of fouls.
Tough.
These are not two teams whose offense is predicated in putting their head down and bashing into people like demolition derby cars.
It's also not really how you play basketball.
Which is why historically Creighton has been one of the fewest fouling teams in the country, and Nebraska has joined them in that category. Also, when you are playing from behind at the end of games.
Well, they weren't playing from behind a ton in the Michigan game. They often had the lead.
The Michigan game was its own special kind of stupid, which we've already pointed out. I mean, Sam Hoiberg was in position in plenty of time. That should have been a charge.
Yeah, for sure.
But I'm not talking about that game. I'm just talking about this particular game.
Okay.
Again, believe me, I don't think Big Ten refs are perfect.
But
they're a different side of the same rotten coin as every other damn official.
Yeah, I always laugh when people criticize Big Ten officials because I say, if Nebraska was playing against Big East officials, do you think that they'd be that much better? Or if they were playing against ACC officials, would they be? Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing.
It'd be the same.
Yeah.
It really would.
Pesky Blues, who is a Creighton fan,
yes,
writes, a team reliant on freedom of player movement and three-point shooting struggles against large, physically dominant teams. Where have I seen this before?
I mean, that is true. That is true. But I mean, the thing about it, and it's honestly, this game played out almost not identical, but fairly similarly to the Michigan game. How did Nebraska stay afloat in the first half?
Threes.
Bombs away. While Illinois, like Michigan, was living in the paint. And if you can carry over at least respectable shooting into the second half, then the team who's shooting the ball well from the perimeter is probably going to win the game. But just like the Michigan game, Nebraska went ice cold from three versus what they had done in the first half. And the team that is continually, working in the paint and scoring in the paint
and getting offensive rebounds in
the paint. Getting offensive rebounds is going to win.
Opportunities did they have, especially in the second half?
They did, but the funny thing, and I don't have
it's not as bad when you look at the box score.
Oh yeah, the box score, it's only 10-8.
It's kind of like you had to be there, though.
You had to be there, but there's another part of it too. The offensive rebound limits your meaning Nebraska's ability to rebound and run, which is another thing that fuels their offense. So even if Illinois isn't getting buckets off of the second chance, it's sucking the oxygen out of the fuel mixture that powers Nebraska's offense. And it's kind of slowing the game down. It's frustrating. It's one of the hardest things to do in basketball is to defend well for 25, almost 30 seconds, then give up the offensive rebound and have to start the process all over again.
Sure.
And if that happens enough times, eventually it wears on you. Again, even if Illinois or whoever the rebounding team is getting a lot of points off of those rebounds or not. It's exacerbating the situation, which is why, basketball is such a great sport. You can't hide bad defense or you can't hide bad offense. It's the same dude. It's the same player. You got to play on both ends of the floor.
For sure.
And this type of matchup behooved Illinois better than it did Nebraska, similar to, not identical, but similar to how the Michigan game went. And listen, this was always something that was going to be baked into the DNA of how this team played. We talked about it several weeks ago as Nebraska was really starting to surge. This team does kind of live at times based on how they're able to do shooting from the perimeter.
And you know what? When they won games earlier this year, when they were not living and dying from the three, you know who they were getting offensive impact from?
Rink mast.
Rink mast. And that's, of course, been something that we've been talking about even before the sickness, before he went down with the sickness, Nick. We were talking about it, and that was, wow, he's really not giving them a whole lot of production right now, and they're still winning all these basketball games. He essentially was held scoreless. I know that the box score does not say that.
Well, he didn't get his first bucket until inside of 2 minutes.
Until the game was over, until the game had been decided. And so, that's the stuff that, you look back on yesterday. Yeah, you're going to go ice cold. That's going to happen. Rink, he has to find that early season form. His last truly good game, in my opinion, was Michigan State. You look at the first 2 months of the season and what he was able to do in a lot of those games. He had a massive impact.
Mm-hmm.
He has not had that massive impact to the point where he's on the floor yesterday and you're asking, and I mean, Kevin and Nick were talking about on the broadcast, do you got to go to the bench again? Do you have to put somebody else out there again? And you're already a small team. Not like Rink's a huge dude, comparatively speaking, especially compared to Illinois guys. But if he goes to the bench, you're getting even smaller.
Illinois is one of the tallest teams in the Big
Ten. Yeah, they're huge.
Yeah.
Well, here's one of the most telling stats. And sometimes plus minus doesn't tell you everything. Sometimes it can be a little misleading.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of similar to points off turnovers can be a little misleading. It really depends on the kind of turnovers. But of the 5 starters, Mast played the second fewest minutes, but was minus 14 in the plus minus. Everybody else who played was better than that.
Yeah, sadly, he was a black hole in yesterday's game.
And that was one of the things we talked about on Friday was, well, yeah, he might be available, but just how available will he be?
Sure.
Because coming off of an illness, if it's as bad as it sounded, and listen,
he lost weight.
If you have to go to the hospital to get an IV because
don't get home till 3 whatever in the morning.
It that takes a little bit more
and they were
to come back from.
You could see it early in the game too. It's not like it was like, oh man, he ran out of gas in the second half. He ran out of gas in the first 2 minutes.
So I mean, I would say, listen, there is no reason right now for panic.
Well, John, I'm happy you said that.
Zero. There is. I'll go further. I'm
going to read some comments in a second.
Zero reason for panic, and let me give you one of the reasons why. Because the other guy that you were missing against Michigan did come back yesterday.
Yeah, he looked awesome
and looked like he hadn't missed a damn beat. And I mean, it's one thing to come back from illness. That takes a little bit of time. You just got to get the crap through you and then kind of get back to full strength. But when you're coming back from an ankle injury, one that spooked you as bad as it seemed to have spooked Braden Frager, and his game is predicated on being able to use that ankle and be able to move off that ankle, you would not have known if you would have been dropped into the middle of that game. Having not known anything else about the story of the team, the story of the individual, would have said, oh, that dude's pretty good. You would not have known that he had sat out a couple of games. So I would say that's a pretty good takeaway that, yeah, ankle's going to be fine. Frager's going to be fine.
All right, enough with your positivity, John. Sonny, going to Nick's question. The Nebraska basketball watch question mark. Sonny writes, Nebraska is one and done at best. Now, first of all, one and done means they don't win a game. They're not one and done at best. They're like a 3 seed. Settle down. He adds,
well, you can be one and done as a 3 seed.
You can.
Virginia famously was one and done as a 1 seed.
That's not their best case scenario, you goobers. Once you get to the second round, you're playing a 4 or 5 seed. I think he meant 5 seed. He said 5C to advance, and that'll probably be a physical team that we don't match up against. I held on as long as I could to not get excited about this team, and I finally did, and I shouldn't have. They just came off of 2 losses. Where are those teams ranked now? Like 2nd and 5th or 6th or something? I don't even know. I didn't look at the rankings. Yeah, 6, 7.
I've got the
and he's out. Sonny is out.
I got the new poll question, or not new poll question, but the new poll.
So they lost to the teams ranked 2nd and 5.
2nd and 5th.
Shouldn't have been excited about him, John. They lost to 2 top 5 teams. What was I thinking?
Oh, by the way,
good God, people!
Good on you, Blue Jays. You knocked UConn out of number 2.
Look at that. Creighton played him close.
You dropped him down to number 3.
Creighton played him close.
It's a moral victory for the Jays.
Man, I don't get the takeaway from this. From the last week being, yeah, I got excited and I shouldn't have. I don't understand that opinion.
This is life.
It is a weird opinion.
This is life when you are playing at the top. This is life when you play for the top of the one of the best conferences in the country with all of these power teams.
2 of their best 5 or 6 players were out on Tuesday, and they still almost won that game. one of their best 3 players, first, maybe the most important player, was terrible yesterday because he's coming off of an illness, and they were up going into halftime, and the other guy came back and looked pretty good. Come on.
Listen, I know what this is all circling back to.
What is it circling back to?
Just for argument's sake, let's pretend.
Is it Matt Rule's fault?
That Nebraska goes on the road and loses at Rutgers, and you'll get a bunch of this. See, I told you so. Okay, whatever. Today, right now, in the moment, there's nothing to be panicked about. You have zero to be panicked about, Nebraska basketball fan. You have zero to be panicked.
Don't panic.
I guess unless your panic is, we might not win the Big Ten. Yeah, you've lost ground in the Big Ten standings. You're no longer in first place.
That's fine.
The beautiful thing is you don't have to win the conference to still get a good seed at the NCAA tournament. There's a lot of basketball to be played. And by the way, we will analyze all of that coming up a little bit later today in the Grum. But if you're worried right now and you're panicked right now, please stop. Do not arrest this team with Nebraska's priors.
Do not arrest
I know it's easy to do. I know it is easy to do. But
I'm going to tell you that next year when Dallas is good. Don't arrest them for last year's priors.
Well, but
or 30 years prior.
But
don't do it.
But they still have the confidence, the constant. The constant's that guy.
Nebraska still has Jack Mitchell rooting them on. Is Jack Mitchell the Jerry Jones of Nebraska?
I have a question for you guys.
I don't think Jack would know where to find the glory hole.
Did it seem like the second half of yesterday's game, Nebraska started to play a little more sloppy?
You know, I didn't even think
it kind of seemed that way to me.
I didn't think that they played clean basketball much of the game. They had some. It's funny, they don't even have that many turnovers. What did they end up with? 8? They didn't even have that many turnovers.
Yeah, both teams had 8 turnovers.
But they had a couple where I thought, wow, that's weird. So no, I didn't think that it was because of sloppiness. I thought that the size very much came back to bite them. And again, Rink Mast having a half scoreless was like a bummer, but they were still up. He had to get something going. You could hear, Kevin and Bot talked about it a lot. Like, he has to provide something. You can't just keep putting him out there if he's providing nothing. And sadly, he provided nothing for 38 minutes.
Well, it was one of the keys that we talked about on Friday. 2-point field goals.
They did not do well with the 2-point field goals.
They were only 10 of 24 on 2-point field goals.
Mm-hmm.
That usually is not going to get it done. Conversely, Illinois was 15 for 24.
Mm-hmm.
And then you couple that with the amount of times they were at the line, which a lot of that was because Nebraska was having to play catch up.
Don't bring it up, John.
Thus, that does tend to put teams on the foul.
Here's what happened. I'd say there's like a moment in time that I will look back on in the game and ask what transpires if it goes differently. Nebraska was down by 1 point on 2 straight possessions. They result in no scores. There is the called jump ball when Berke thought he had a timeout, which gave the possession arrow to Illinois, and immediately is when they made a bucket. And then there was that one possession where Nebraska played incredible defense for 29 seconds. And who was it? The guy inside tips it out, and long-haired boy hits a 3. And after that, that was when the run started for Illinois.
Yep.
Those are the moments in time where everything happened. But good Lord, I'll read this real quick before we go to Jesse.
Please.
John says, I don't watch basketball, but I'm happy for the Nebraska fans. They need to relax. They lost to 2 top 5 teams. This is the best team Nebraska's ever had. If they want to lose faith in a team, lose faith in the football team. Rule is still the coach. 5 wins tops in 2026.
And there it is.
I love it.
Nice.
It always comes back to football at Nebraska. Here is Jesse on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Good afternoon, Jesse.
Hi, Jesse. Jesse, I heard you.
Hello? Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
Hey,
go
what's
for
up?
it, man.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I'm with you guys. First of all, sad Creighton fan here. I totally understand my place in the world.
Yeah.
Creighton stinks.
So, just want to chime in on that one and done. Yes, relax. This is the best team you've ever had. However, given what has been what I would call the comical misfortune of the Nebraska athletic department over the last 2 decades, in your heart of hearts, in the marrow in your bones, how shocked would you be if they were a 3 seed and got bounced by a 14?
Wow,
really,
Jesse.
truly look yourself in the mirror. Look yourself in the mirror. Will it happen? Probably not. And all that has happened recently. would you be shocked?
Mildly.
Okay.
I'm trying to keep the priors out of it. I mean, yes, I totally understand the heart of your question because, it's no different than, Cub fans back in the day. Well, would it surprise you if Cubs ended up losing this series to the Giants?
Oh, that's right. You turned to The Sopranos on.
All you have to do, kids, is go for a walk, turn on The Sopranos, and the Cubs will rally for 5 runs in the ninth
We'll do that
inning.
during the next Cowboys game.
So just for those of you Husker fans, if Nebraska finds themselves down early against a 14 seed in March, go to HBO Max and just download an episode of The Sopranos.
Real quick, before I go. It is Super Bowl week, right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Got a great Super Bowl stat.
Okay.
This is the 11th Super Bowl New England has been to since Dallas has been to their last one.
You knew exactly where he was going.
I didn't know where he was going. I mean,
I've been watching Super Bowl. This will be my 30th Super Bowl, but the first one involved the Patriots. It is depressing as hell. I was laying in bed on Friday night, and I couldn't fall asleep, and I started thinking about the Cowboys' last 30 years, and it took me like an hour to fall asleep.
Have you tried not doing that?
What do you want me to do, Nick? Tell my brain to turn off?
Get into another baseball. Distract yourself.
No.
Get into baseball.
Why would you want to curse somebody's baseball team with him?
Hey, I rooted for the Royals in 2014.
Be a Rockies fan. You can't get us any worse.
That's true. Jed says Nebraska fans always find new ways for me to hate them.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I would be mildly shocked. Again, this team is good enough. This team is good. This team is still Final Four good. Remember, we haven't seen them at full strength for 4 games, right? It's been 4 games since they've been at full strength.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as we will see a little bit
They're
later
2-2
on,
in those 4 games.
as we will see a little
Michigan
bit
was
later
close.
on, the schedule lightens up a bit. It lightens up a bit.
So a Nebraska team just has to take advantage of a very easy schedule.
Nick, this is not Matt Rule's football.
I was just saying a fact. Because next year it might be harder.
You guys are all monsters.
I'm not a monster. I didn't bring this stuff up. I will bring up the fact, though, that football's biggest game is this Sunday.
Oh!
And it's huge.
And it is involving the Patriots.
And, yeah, you might be like me and not like either of the 2 teams playing.
But you'll be watching.
You might be like God right now saying, I don't like these 2 teams playing.
I hath forsaken you.
But you can still be like a God and feel so good by downloading the Underdog app and playing along with the Super Bowl because Underdog makes it easy. Just go to the app, make a pick on a player if they go higher and lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. And because it's the big game, there's going to be a lot of different options that you can choose from, and you can win so many times your money. And right now, you can download Underdog in Nebraska free of charge, legally, and score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make that first $5 fantasy entry.
John, the promo code is glorious. 1620 the zone. Use that, score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on fantasy. Don't forget to use it, whether it's on the website or when you download the app. Promo code 1620 the zone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. John got some responses to our glorious discussions about.
By the way, the
hoops.
The conversation that I walked into in the break room would have triggered a lot of those folks.
Oh.
But go ahead.
Oh, were they saying that Nebraska's good?
No.
Oh, okay.
Were they saying they were washed?
Just go ahead.
I wish you would have told us off air. 402 texter. Football schedule is released. Nebraska fans, we should easily be 5-0. Best basketball team in history drops 2 very tough opponents. Fans, this team is cooked. They are horrible. Speaking of football, David writes in, notice that the basketball team was up until halftime. They brought the football players out at halftime. Everything went up after the football team tainted the court.
Well, I mean, that one guy got tainted in the back of his head.
Who got tainted?
There was a dunk contest, and
yeah, not sure what we're talking about.
Yeah, there was just a guy who, I don't know who this dude was, but he was just there.
Jump over him?
Yeah.
And, yikes.
He definitely got brushed on the top of his head.
With his hang low?
Yeah.
I wasn't going to go in this direction, but because
Football
you brought
players
it
can't
up.
dunk, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I heard it was a lot of missed dunks. They should have called it the missed dunk contest.
One guy in particular had like 4 or 5 tries.
The off season of bad vibes or the bad vibes off season.
We'll give it a name.
Definitely extended to the dunk contest yesterday.
It did indeed.
Who won the dunk contest?
Nick was there.
I don't remember.
Come on, Nick. You should have taken notes.
I was paying attention to the Illinois broadcast.
Yeah, there weren't any Illinois players involved.
No, that's true.
But
Luke Altmaier, come on down.
The football program tweeted out a video of parts of the dunk contest.
Uh-huh.
To which Angry Husker
Quinn Clark.
Nation. Oh, Quinn Clark.
Yep.
Angry Husker Nation immediately jumped in on the comments.
Yeah.
Comments such as this one from Crentist, who might be your dentist.
Your dentist's name is Crentist?
Stay as far as possible from this basketball team. You ruin everything. Mark, earn your own hype. Stay away from our basketball program and reschedule or cancel your spring game. I love how now it used to be us. Us.
We're the negative ones?
No. Us
Oh.
meaning, the fans would have referred to things as us. Now it's cancel your spring game. It's not my spring game. It's your spring game.
Braden, Frager.
We do not care. Stop posting. Husker Chronicles.
Oh, the Groin Kick Chronicles.
Curse to the court. Way to go, guys. And from Coach Bob Diaco.
Oh, always good to hear from Coach. There's no reasonable reason.
Cliffman 696969.
I love it.
Up 6 at half. Rule has to make it all about him and bring his losers to do a halftime show. Minus 14 in the second half now.
Wow.
I did notice Matt Rule disappeared after that. I didn't see him again.
Oh, he wasn't there at the end of the game?
He might have been. I just didn't
to watch
see
the end of the game? It continues to be incredible how just any mere mention of football. They could announce something like, hey, you know what? Next year, tickets are half price.
Whoa!
Season tickets, every ticket half price.
Congratulations.
Nice.
And I guarantee you, the majority of the front end of the commenters would be like, well, yeah, you shouldn't be charging us for this crap anyway. You should be giving it for free. I mean, you can give them any good news they want right now.
And people aren't here
And
for
people don't want to hear about it.
Jeff says we're in the upside down. Nebraska football is now what basketball used to be.
Well, yeah, but
The
usually
off-season of bad
by
vibes.
this point, the basketball fan had checked out.
Jordan, we've hired Nick Saban. Cool, don't care.
Well, you posted your
Oh
question.
no, bad vibes.
Is that what you wanted, John?
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
That's pretty good. The new logo for Bad Vibes off season. You even posted a question about it today on Twitter, and sure enough, everyone just jumped in. I mean, all Josh did was prick his finger a little bit and drip a little blood into the water, and here come the sharks.
A little chum. I said, serious question that's sure to garner unserious answers. Though, in fairness to a lot of the responses, they've been serious. Are the vibes surrounding Husker football at this current moment actually worse than any of us have realized? Sample sizes are sample sizes for a reason, but I cannot recall seeing so much like I have the last month. Sure enough, one of the first responses from Chance. Rule doesn't have the built-in protection that Frost had, albeit he has better results. Signetti certainly galvanized a large group with his success, and the general malaise about the state of college football, read money, doesn't help. hate comes easier now. So it's a little Rule, it's a little Cignetti, and it's a little of the sport at large for frustration.
I still wonder.
It is weird how Frost was giving so much grace.
He's one of us, Nick.
Well,
us.
he got a lot of grace. Now he's pretty close to public enemy number one, but
rightfully so.
But, and I'm not saying this would have changed dramatically, but I do wonder if it does impact the volume or the temperature of the heat. If the year 3 conversation hadn't been made so prevalent during the off season, even promulgated by the coach himself. Year three, because it was almost like it was a promise. It was a promise. Hey, this is going to be a better year because my year 3s are always better. And then, everyone was saying that. Heck, we've been saying this since he got hired.
Yeah.
It's almost like this has been a countdown to year 3.
And then year 3 stunk.
And
then we had this countdown, and then when the rocket launched, it just went
rocket,
and it just sat on the pad
before it got there, Nick.
So when he would bring that up, I always got a weird vibes off of that because it almost felt like he seemed like it was just going to happen no matter what he did. And I wonder if part of him believed that no matter what, it was just going to, like he was sniffing his own fart.
Yeah, Patrick said the media selling year 3 plan didn't help at all. I'm good, though. Show me the roster August 1st and I'll get excited. And I responded like you just did, John. I think it was less us. I explored year 3 from an idea of, is it replicable here? But I don't think either you or I were sniffing those farts and saying, sign me up for a great year 3.
No, if
John
anything,
cautiously subscribed to it, but only if they went, 9-5?
Well, no. I only said that. I only set the bar for what a good year 3 would be based on Rule's history and providing the Big Ten tax, and said, yeah, it's got to be at least 9 games. But I had been dubious of this from the start. The whole notion of, well, in year 1 they suck, in year 2 they're this, and then in year 3 they're this. It's like, that's great, but it's not just because you did it at this place and this place does not guarantee that you're going to do it at the next place. And every timetable is just a little bit different.
Jason wrote, feels like Rule is grasping. I know in my group of friends there is almost no optimism of success for next year, and most are expecting collapse. I really hope he proves us wrong, as I like everything about him except his record. Mark wrote, they're bad. I'm tired. I've stopped reading articles about Nebraska football and turn off the radio when they talk about Nebraska football. Uh-oh. And as I talk to other people, I'm not alone. I'll still watch and follow in August, but no more caring November through August. John, does this mean we're going to have to talk more NBA to keep our listeners around this offseason?
Well,
what do you think about SGA, John? How about SGA? What about Giannis? Will he get traded? 402-951-1620.
No, just listen, people will say that, but they'll still be tuning in. The difference is they're absorbing the news through a pessimistic filter right now.
Absolutely they are. Yeah,
all
Jeff,
news that's coming in is coming through a pessimistic filter.
And this is a big reason why. This is Jeff. For me, it's the consecutive blowouts to end the season that killed the vibes. There was somebody else in my mentions that brought up the Minnesota game and that week. Talk about quite the dividing line for everything. Mm-hmm. That everything unfolds that week, and it's a completely different discussion. They were 5-1. They won 2 games after that. They lost 4. 2-4 to finish the season.
Well, and it was the way that it happened too.
Yeah, lots of blowouts.
It was the way that it happened, and the stuff that preceded it with
lots of sacks.
Well, just the talk of Penn State and, all of that other nonsense.
Yep.
Which, sadly, Nebraska may have worked themselves into a shoot.
Mm-hmm.
May have worked themselves into a shoot. But I will leave you with this.
Okay.
The
show's over?
Oh. This could be beneficial. This could be beneficial.
Excited for dinner.
If Matt Rule plays his cards right.
What does that mean?
Well, because
going 6-6.
There is a time. There is a time.
Yeah.
Now, some people, Bo Pelini, played this card all the time, and that was to his
us
detriment.
Against the world.
But there is a time
there
where
is that.
That's
coming, man.
Where you can play that card. You can't play it every day, but you can play it once or twice and it can work.
Mm.
And if there was ever a time or a year to play it, an off season to play it, this might be the one.
Beringer fan writes, these are the same guys that pushed 4-0 October. I did. I thought it was possible. Why do you think my tune has changed, Beringer fan? I feel like it's actually pretty easy to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
His team isn't who I thought they were. The coach isn't who I thought he was.
Guess we did do that a little bit, didn't we?
They went 3-1. Weren't that?
They did go 3-1.
We were 75% of the way there.
It's just that the one was really, really bad.
Yeah.
It made me yell, "What the?" when I saw the score in the parking lot.
Understand? Yeah, John texted me lots of curse words that night.
What the?
Maybe they shouldn't have worn the white uniforms.
Is defense back, folks?
What? In what sport?
Football.
Football? Great question, John. Nice.
And Mitch Sherman will join us on 1620 The Zone.
You gotta tell me if you have the graphic up.
It's an incredible picture.
We should call this picture the Nick Squatch.
I like it.
It's good.
Because
It
it does give up the same vibe as the picture of Sasquatch
It
walking
does,
in
the
the
way he's
background.
walking. That was the first thing I noticed.
I love how lost I look because I did feel it was my first time in PBA for like a game, so I didn't know where I was going.
It's just a basketball arena, Nick. It's the same as all the arenas.
I just didn't know where our setup was.
Robin's going to feel, because normally, and by the way, if you're not with us in the video stream, so Robin Washut does a hit from courtside before each Nebraska basketball game.
Mm-hmm.
Just a quick little video blur.
Video vibe. Hey,
And-
this is John Bishop's video vibe.
And
welcome to
one
the
of
video
our
vibe.
one of our astute friends of the program was watching this.
Yep.
And noticed young Nick, who was there to work for the Illinois radio crew as their producer, walking in the background. And Nick is just getting into the arena, and he's wearing, as Josh has dubbed it, the Iowa tuxedo,
Uh-huh.
the large brown coat over brown pants, which makes it look like he's wearing, coveralls. It's just perfect.
So funny.
It's just
It's a perfect photo.
I like the Grim Squatch a lot. It's good.
Speaking of hoops, G. Smith writes, when are you going to start talking about Creighton basketball again? Do you only talk about them when they're winning? We've talked about them a couple times on today's show.
Yeah.
I said that they lost by a lot.
They did.
We talked about John going to the Crown earlier.
By the way, how messed up is it that UConn beat Creighton that bad for their pink out game? That's so gross.
Yeah, did Hurley ever think about that? This is a special night.
I'm guessing old
Pull up
Dan.
a little bit.
Hurley didn't even wear pink. He wore maroon.
Kenneth writes, Creighton is bad.
I'm guessing Danny Boy wasn't concerned about that.
Hey, okay, so
he was happy just to get the win. And
equal opportunity, bad vibes. The vibes with Nebraska football, obviously terrible. We've discussed that plenty today. The vibes for Nebraska basketball fans, weirdly terrible. Settle down, you dorks. Vibes for Creighton hoops have been awful this entire season. I cannot ever remember a year where the Creighton discourse was at, I don't even want to say it's toxic, because that implies that people are arguing about how good or bad things are. It is just a downtrodden level of sadness that I guess I would put over the basketball program.
I mean, it is a classic example of when you've had it good for a while, and then it and then it
falls off.
Then it goes sour, and all
Kenneth
of a
says
sudden
this is the
it's
first
just
bad
like,
year in 10 years. It sucks, but it happens. Absolutely.
Yeah.
This, and it's the way it's happening too, right?
Well, sure. I mean, there was high expectations. It was a preseason top 15 team.
I said they were going to go to the Final Four.
Team.
Oops.
It was a team that
about Nebraska
that brought a lot of talent in, and unfortunately, it just has not clicked.
And which is playing a big part in this thing too.
It has not clicked.
And last week was easily the worst week. Like I don't know about you, John. I mean, UConn was a low moment for sure. The lower moment though was the first half against Marquette and the layup line at the end of the first, half. The last few minutes of the first half was terrible.
Yeah. I mean, and this isn't to disparage Marquette, but I mean, UConn's in a whole different class.
Yeah.
I wasn't totally shocked that UConn won the game in somewhat dominant fashion. I was a little surprised it was that dominant and that it went south as it did. I mean, the first 16 minutes, you couldn't tell the difference between the number 2 team and the unranked team.
No.
But then in the last 4 minutes of the first half and then stretching through into the second half, it was, that team's number 2 and the other team is definitely not number 2.
Yeah.
And I get the frustration. The part of the problem is, and I do this all the time, when you see something and you think back and you go, I should have known better.
Mm-hmm.
I should have known better.
What should have you known better?
It is hard to replace a legend.
Know it is. It very much is.
It is hard to replace a legend.
It very much is.
At least with 2014, 2015, it was very understandable because
it was a legend in an era.
It was the second season in the Big East.
Bingo. It was a Missouri Valley roster still.
And in a lot of ways, that Creighton roster that inherited the Big East was like Indiana football, old. I mean, Doug Grant was a 9th-year senior. You know,
John, it was a perfect team to go up a level of basketball.
Exactly.
It was the perfect team. And then the next year was the perfect team to tell you, whoa, we have to upgrade across the board if we're going to be able to replicate what we did.
Because what you had left was a bunch of guys who were recruited to play in the Missouri Valley, not in the Big East. So that was at least a little bit understandable. This one, it was easy to get glossed over by, well, but they're picking up this guy and they're picking up this guy and they've got all this experience and this and that and the other thing.
Yeah, Kenneth says we were sold a bag of goods on a couple guys. And I don't want to put you obviously in a
And I don't know if it was being sold a bag of goods or it hasn't, because of a variety of different circumstances, it hasn't worked. We don't know what this year could have been like if Owen Freeman doesn't mess up his knee in the summer, because then he's able to practice with the team. He's able to be in the fall workouts. I'm not saying he would have been a great one-to-one replacement for Ryan Kalkbrenner, and anyone who thought he could have been is underestimating Ryan Kalkbrenner and the influence that he had. Now, were we expecting him to only come off the bench for 9 minutes at a time? Absolutely not. No. But you're kind of at a double-edged sword. One, that's the guy that you thought, okay, he can fill Ryan Kalkbrenner's shoes. Number two, he wasn't healthy enough to do that from the jump because of everything that happened in the offseason.
I'll say this too. I know we got to get going to break so we can talk to Mitch. A program that has been built off of culture, when you lose so much of the culture, it's going to be hard. And I mean, it's obvious now in college sports, you can upgrade your roster overnight. We see it all the time. But if you pick the wrong guys, and wrong guys does not have to be a negative on them as a person, but if they're coming off of an injury or they get hurt again or whatever situation arises, you see what happens when it's like, crap, you don't have that thing to fall back on. And a culture guy I think that you'd want to lean on is hurt right now, and it's so obvious what's going on with Jason, you know?
Exactly. I mean, would it be as good as it was hoped to have been if Jason Green weren't hurt right now? Of course not. Jason Green wasn't going to be a one-for-one replacement for Ryan Kalkbrenner either. It would be better. It would look better right now. But you know, it is what it is. He's hurt. They're playing through it. It's the thing about replacing a guy like Ryan Kalkbrenner is you have to replace both ends of the floor. He was an elite player on both ends of the floor. And he was the centerpiece of your defense. The one thing that is holding this team back more than any other element has been defense. That was the center. That was the gravitational center of the universe.
Yep.
And that was lost. And you, A, had to try to replace it, but B, now you're trying to replace it with injured guys, and it's just plain not working.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not.
It's just not working. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will join us next. We'll be back right here on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Good afternoon, Mitch. How was your weekend?
Good afternoon. It was fine. Thank you. How are you?
Great.
Just dandy. Just dandy.
Just dandy.
At least the weather warmed up. Basketball, not so much.
No.
Kind of a hard watch. I won't lie.
Talking about yesterday or you're talking about Saturday?
Either.
Okay.
Second half of both games.
Not a great weekend in the state. The Mavs won this week.
The Mavs did win.
Yeah.
Thank you, Omaha Mavericks, longest winning streak in the state. Here comes the run once again.
Nice.
This time they're going to really sneak up on us.
That's right. Waiting for it.
Thoughts on yesterday? Believe it or not, Mitch, I don't know what your correspondence is like, but on occasion we get correspondence from folks, and shockingly, there are a few folks that are now.
Told you I shouldn't have believed in them.
Exactly. They're doing this even though they lost 2 games this week to top 10 teams. And oh, by the way, Nebraska is themselves and still, by the way, a top 10 team.
Yeah, I mean, some people I think just like as a protection from getting hurt are just going to jump off the bandwagon at the first sign of any kind of adversity or trouble, and probably not the people that you want to hitch your ride to or go to bat with in a tough time. There's plenty to like about Nebraska basketball still in 2026, believe it or not, as the Huskers plunge ahead at 20-2 with the number 9 national ranking. I think everyone would have taken that 3 months ago.
I'd say
it's
so.
Tough though when you're 20-0 and you have experienced nothing but like great success and overcoming doubt at every turn, and here comes some more doubt with the injuries and illness of last week, and they just weren't able to get it done. So would have liked to have seen a split, obviously, or better, which I think was unrealistic to think better than a split, but they didn't do it, and this will be a test of a different kind for Fred Hoiberg and his team. But based on what I've seen from Nebraska and the type of players and the type of men that they have on that roster, I think they'll be able to handle this and get stronger this week and come out and play well in February.
Mitch, I'm curious as to your view of Rink Mast right now, because obviously this was the first game coming off of the illness. I don't think that anyone was expecting like a ton of great things from him. That said, he struggled for the last month. I mean, honestly, it's like a month ago today, that Friday night game against Michigan State, where I would say he played his last like truly good to great game. Is like, what are you seeing from him? And is that a concern that you have as February turns into March?
Yeah, I think it has to be. And Nebraska hasn't said anything. Fred Hoiberg hasn't said anything, and he's been asked even before the stomach illness, because we could see that Rink wasn't quite at the top of his game through the last 5 or 6 before he got sick. And I think it's speculating. He's coming off of a long period of not playing basketball because of the knee injury that he had, which wasn't just a typical knee injury that caused him to miss all of last year. So I think physically, it's not easy to come back and play the grueling season that he's been asked to play. Maybe this time now, and it doesn't help that he lost a bunch of weight and was in the emergency room and needed an IV, but you would hope that this 6-day period is coming at a good time for him. I think you could see signs even before he got sick that he was wearing down some. And it sounds a little strange because you're not talking about like a freshman who hits the wall. You're talking about a veteran who's 23, 24 years old and has been through everything in college, but he's also been through a lot physically. And I think that's, you see athletes in other sports where that just takes a toll. And sometimes they're not just like quite the peak of physicality as a 5th or 6th year senior that they may have been early in their career, because these things take a toll. And I think that's some of what was going on with him. And obviously the illness, added a lot to that. And he just didn't have the spark that we've seen even from Rink when he was struggling a little bit in January. It wasn't like yesterday. They couldn't really run the offense through him when he was on the court in the same way that Nebraska has done for much of this season, because he was struggling. You could see it. And it was evident from like the first time he shot the ball, and he still adds some things, but I see he was a -14 in the plus minus column, which was the biggest number in that column for Nebraska. Not surprising, just based off the way that he looked out there. So nobody can use these 6 days that are ahead for Nebraska more to their betterment than Rink Mast.
Yep. I mentioned this earlier, Mitch, and that is, Mast's situation aside, that this was always something that was going to be there for Nebraska, and that was they're going to live by how they shoot. And yeah, why did they lead at halftime? They shot the daylights out of the ball from the perimeter. But in the second half, similar to Michigan, it went very cold. Yeah. And when you're not able to score inside as efficiently as the other team, if the perimeter shots go down, your chances of winning go down. This was always kind of baked into this team a bit, wasn't it? I mean, this is the 9th most 3-point conscious team in the country. In other words, only 8 other teams in the country shoot as many of their shots from 3 as Nebraska does.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things. One, I think part of the reason they shoot so many threes is because they're good at it. And then you also have to take into account that they had no Rink Mast and no Frager, who is a presence inside, even though he plays on the perimeter. He knifes into the lane, and he's probably Nebraska's second most active player in the paint, or third if you want to. Sometimes you can get Buchtengel in that role, but he's inconsistent offensively and is out there more for his presence and his defense. So arguably they lost their 2 most important interior players in the Michigan game, which is 50% of the sample size. And then Frager, while he was definitely effective from the outside, making 6 threes yesterday, he didn't have the opportunity to do as much inside, primarily I think because of Illinois' size and length. They look like Syracuse out there in the old Boeheim days, with just arms and legs everywhere, in addition to the fact there's multiple 7-footers. So that's a really tough team for Nebraska to match up against on any day, but especially when it doesn't have a healthy Rink Mast, and Frager is maybe somewhat limited in what he can do. So I think that those 2 games are the extreme example. Like, Nebraska may not see another team this season that matches what Illinois and Michigan presented for them in being able to do those things you were talking about, and being able to be more balanced offensively. Like, from here on out, yeah, they're going to face big players in the paint in the Big Ten and physical teams, but and Purdue is, notoriously big. But I don't know that they're going to be in a situation again quite like what they faced in back-to-back games in these last 5-6 days.
Mitch, turning to football, this is the first time we've had a chance to talk to you since the schedule was released. And of course, we knew the games, just didn't know the order in the games. Are you at all willing to explore there's a runway for a 5-0 start, or is that a complete and utter fool's errand given, Wave's arms around it, everything else over the last decade or so?
I mean, we can do that. It's inevitable that we're going to talk about that as the season gets closer. When this basketball thing ends and the attention goes back to football, even when Nebraska's going through spring practice here pretty soon, and you have to talk about things like that's going to be a subject. It hasn't happened in a long time for Nebraska to have that kind of a start. Matt Rule hasn't been able to do it, but I don't, not taking into account the team that he's putting out there on the field in 26 in comparison to his first 3 teams, there hasn't been a path to a 5-0 start that was as open as the one that they're going to get this year. And I'm not discounting what Michigan State might have. I just don't know. And it's the first season with a new coach. It's the first Big Ten game. Michigan State is coming off of a trip to Notre Dame the week before. I mean, if there's a game out there on the road that Nebraska has a better than 50-50 shot to win in the 2026 season, it's that Michigan State game. So, yeah, I mean, the way that the schedule sets up, you can definitely look at it and say, win those 4 home games, that they'll almost certainly all be favored in all of them, and then win your easiest road game, and you're 5-0. The problem with Nebraska for so long now has just been, you can have a better than 50% chance to do all of these things, but then when you start stacking them on top of each other, the likelihood goes way down, and they haven't been able to get over that hump and do it and get to the kind of start that they desired to. So I'm not going to predict it and say, yeah, they'll be 5-0. If I had to guess, I would think they're probably going to slip somewhere because that's just what Nebraska does, but or has done for a long time. But yeah, it's there. Like it could happen, and even if it does, it's not guaranteeing anything because they're going to be favored in very few, if any, of those final 7.
We know, Mitch, that it's just 1 out of 22 players that are part of your starting lineup, but it's a pretty important one. Can Nebraska just get it right with Calandria and see the improvement, or is it going to take more than that with this team based on what they did in the portal, what they've done in recruiting and reshaping this roster?
See, I think that would be the fool's errand to think that Nebraska can lean so heavily on the quarterback that he could fix everything just if he's a very good player. Like if he's everything that Nebraska wants him to be, that's all that it takes. No, I mean, you need a running game. You got to have effective receivers that can get open. And I like Nebraska's chances to do that. You have to have an offensive line. I think if anything, if it starts anywhere and you have to put your finger on something, it's the offensive line. And at least with that group, it's like almost half of your entire offense, 5 out of 11 starting positions. So it's not like there's so much on one person, like a running back or a quarterback. I think it has to start there. Calandria has been sacked a lot in his career, especially at Virginia when he was facing power 4 defenses, and so he has escapability. He's very athletic. He's a good runner. So I don't know, without having watched those games, if it was a situation where he held onto the ball a lot too long in those first 2 years and got sacked as much as he did, or if there were, I'm sure there were offensive line issues that related to that. But it's just more evidence that it's not about one player. I mean, he's gonna determine a lot of what happens for Nebraska on offense at the end of it. But I think you have to start with the offensive line. Like Nebraska in too many seasons has glossed over that and said we'll be okay because we have these skilled players that look really good and we're happy with them and we'll make it work on the offensive line. And too often it just hasn't worked on the offensive line, and including last season when they needed to protect the quarterback.
Mitch, this might be an in the weeds question if there ever was one, but spring practice starting in February, the spring game happening at the end of March. I mean, that essentially adds this extra month on the back end of the offseason that hasn't been there before. Is there, I mean, there has to be a method to the madness that goes beyond just concerts at the stadium, right? Like what are they hoping for with this?
Well, first of all, I think you want to truly turn the page from the end of 2025. And I don't mean in like the court of public opinion. I mean with the players.
With the
I think
players,
it's a real thing. It's just like the vibe around the program. Like they want to get past that and have something that they can lean into that has nothing to do with the 3 game into the season, the 4 game into the season that I guess 3, I'm not counting 4 out of the last 5 game into the season that Nebraska had. And I think just involving the new players, all of the transfers and the freshmen who are in the program, like the more quickly you can get to football stuff, the better. So that to me, that's a big part of why they're starting on February 21st. It's also just something different. It's a way to structure the offseason that's a little bit different. And they've had some injuries over Matt Rule's time at Nebraska in the spring. And one reason why teams just in general around the country structure spring practice early is because if there are injuries, then you've got another month or 3 weeks or whatever the timing is to heal before you get to August. So, and Nebraska's had some injuries that have just butted right up to the start of the season. And you have a player who ends up redshirting because he wasn't ready until October. And maybe if something like that happens, you avoid missing game time, or you improve a player's ability to get on the field in the game. But I think it's less about that and more about just turning the page and starting fresh and getting on the field as soon as they can. And then what happens in April, I don't know. That's a question for the head coach. And they'll probably extend some of the conditioning stuff, maybe some of what they normally do in February. They'll just push back behind spring practice to April. And then of course that June period will continue to be really big for the OTAs and installation and everything that they're doing, outside of the traditional practice window.
Mitch, last Friday, we quoted some of the predictions made in the Team Athletic 2026 too early for the season predictions. We did not get a chance to read what Mitch's.
Did he also say Notre Dame is joining the Big Ten?
He did not.
Oh, okay.
He didn't go as far.
I don't remember what I said, so this is going to be.
Ooh.
Oh, well.
Surprise.
I love when you find it, you're reminded of a take that you have.
Yes, here is Mitch's take. Matt Rule will take over the coaching of the basketball. No, I'm sorry.
No, he would never say that.
Mitch Sherman.
No, he's flag football, women's flag football.
Women's flag football. Yeah.
That's true.
Alabama will not win an SEC game in November, and Bill Belichick will walk away at North Carolina before the end of the regular season.
Those were pretty bold.
I like them, Mitch. I could see both of those happening.
Yeah, I had to look at Bama's schedule. I don't know. It was like, I think I was sitting around on Friday and I had the note in my inbox like, hey, get these things in by Friday. And I wanted to be done for the week. And I may have shut my computer for the day. So I'm scouring around looking for bold predictions to make. And I saw that Alabama's got a tough road. Did I say they would win no SEC games in November? Or
will not win an SEC game in November.
You got to call your editor and say, I meant home games.
Lose to Auburn. Yeah. There you go.
Hey.
I will.
By the way,
that again in 10 months.
Those games
who are they?
They are.
Do we have their schedule?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
The November games are at LSU.
Okay.
At Vanderbilt.
Okay.
Just the SEC games.
Yeah, and then Auburn in the finale.
They have Chattanooga on the 21st.
Auburn's in Tuscaloosa, though, this year. Ooh, that would be spicy.
Well, that's two.
Really not that bold. Only one home game. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a very Nebraska-like
better
schedule.
without reading this.
No, Mitch, I'll give you. That's still pretty. I mean,
Yeah, Vandy isn't going to have Diego anymore.
Are you sure he might sue the NCAA
Well,
and try to get another year?
Actually, I heard that Matt Stafford might be coming back and play at Vanderbilt.
Yeah, you never know.
Might have another year.
Hey, Mitch, let me ask you this, and because I assume you talk from time to time with your colleagues Pete Sampson and Scott Docterman, but their predictions were very. Notre Dame in the ACC is going to come to an end this year, and was it Scott in particular who said a scheduling alliance maybe
with the Big Ten?
With the Big Ten, I wonder what you have heard, and if that's something that we all need to have our dander up over the course of the 2026 calendar year.
Well, if Pete is saying it, then I don't need to hear anything.
Seriously, that's what I was thinking.
Off what he's saying, Pete is as in with Notre Dame as it gets. In the media. So, hey, look, Notre Dame and the way that the college football playoff thing went with the ACC politicking against the Irish and then Notre Dame just bowing out of bowl season altogether. It did kind of reek of the writing being on the wall with that scheduling alliance probably having seen the end of its time. Now, I don't know, and if Pete is predicting it, then there must be a way out of it. I don't know what the contractual status of that is, and if Notre Dame can just walk away from that whenever it wants, and how that would work for games that are scheduled down the road. But it lends a ton of credibility to the idea.
Yep.
If Pete and Scott are talking about it, the Big Ten is going to need to add the requirement that its teams play one out of conference power conference opponent.
Yes.
It looks bad for the Big Ten now that the SEC and the ACC have added 9 conference games and they require it. And the Big Ten is the one that was out here complaining for years about get us on an even playing field. And then we'll talk about the postseason. And now in 2026, you've got the only teams in the country among Power Four programs not playing a 10th power conference opponent. They're all from the Big Ten, and that includes the defending national champion. and of course it includes Nebraska too. So Notre Dame would be a way to, you're not going to play everybody, but they would be a way to get closer to fixing that problem.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, thank you very much. Enjoy the week. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Bye, Mitch.
Mitch Sherman joining us every Monday on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
Kenneth, our resident Notre Dame fan in the audience. Samson rules. Please give me a Nebraska home and home. This would rock. Absolutely rock. Nebraska and Notre Dame playing a little bit more regularly. Iowa and Notre Dame playing a bit more regularly. Oregon and Notre Dame. Rutgers and Notre Dame.
Oh, yeah.
Possibilities are endless, John.
That's what the world wants.
God, that sounds amazing.
Rutgers and Notre Dame.
Rutgers, Notre Dame, Penn State, and Notre Dame, like it's the early 90s all over again.
Yeah. Well, coming up next.
What do we got?
Well, we have Nebraska's Lamar Jackson 2.0.
Oh.
And we have defense being back.
The defensive back?
No.
Remember, they had a defensive back named Lamar Jackson.
They did.
The financier.
They did. That's actually a good point.
Time to make a joke on the internet. I got one.
Yeah.
Nice.
Love them. And it's a Michael Severe Monday as well.
Oh, we got to send him the link.
And send him the link.
We'll send him the link.
And there is a Super Bowl this week. And we're your home for the NFL playoffs.
Awesome! God, you are pumped for this game. We're all excited. It's the Super Bowl after all.
Yeah, we're so excited. This is literally the first time we've mentioned it today on the show.
I was thinking about that because I just turned the channel.
Maybe because nobody cares. Yeah, you turned it away from Tiger Woods video golf.
I ain't trying to watch none of that garbage, John. I'm not.
I was trying to get into the Tiger Woods video golf tour, and you switch it on me to this Super Bowl live.
The video golf thing is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen.
I mean, they spent a lot of money. They're actually hitting off of sand and stuff. This is really weird.
Just use a golf course. Just play golf.
That's a great point, Nick. Just play golf. But maybe Tiger couldn't get a tee time.
Just play golf.
I wonder when the last time Tiger Woods needed to sign up for a tee time.
In some places, Tiger might not be able to get a tee time. But here, he creates his own little video golf world, and now he can golf whenever he wants. I mean, just invites his friends over, and they make millions of dollars. Why? I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't watch that crap. I turn it to Super Bowl pregame coverage of the Super Bowl, a game that we're excited for.
There's no damn pregame, and it's over.
Is the Super Bowl happening between the Cadillac F1 car reveal?
I don't know what that means, Nick. Are you and Kent Walgamot going to continue your weekly tradition about all that garbage?
Josh, absolutely.
Theo says, ask Severe about his breakup with Jim in Minnesota. John, do you understand any of those words?
No.
John knows what breakup means.
Yeah.
Do you understand what Jim or Minnesota means?
One of them's a state.
Good job, Nick.
The other's a name of a very popular name.
Speaking of Michael, he says last time Notre Dame played Iowa was the year before I was born. So that was the 60s, right? Isn't Michael a 69 baby?
He is. It would have been, wow.
Nice.
Wow. You know what else we did in 69? Go to the moon.
Oh.
I need to find out how are we doing on the old moon launch thing.
The old moon launch.
Artemis 2.
I made my meme. I made my little joke on Twitter, by the way. I think it's pretty good.
Nice.
The defensive back, and then it's what's his name? Who was in one battle after another.
Mm-hmm.
What's that guy's name?
Lockjaw?
No, not Lockjaw.
Oh.
The guy who did the meme, the financier.
Yeah.
He was the guy who took Lockjaw into that room and was like, I got to go get something real fast. I'll definitely see you soon, though.
Forgot the key.
Oh, man, the key. I forgot your key.
Apparently, they're doing a very critical test today to see if they're still go for the mission.
Wow, that's tough.
Critical.
No, that's a good thing. You want to do a critical test.
Man, I don't remember this kind of stuff going on. That's why a damn Challenger exploded. They didn't do any of these tests.
They forgot to do the test. Actually, my wife read a book about the Challenger explosion earlier or late last year because it's not this year. People forget it's 2026 now. Great book. She loved it. I'm going to check it out this year. So when I start dropping in Challenger facts in like July, you'll know that I'm reading the book.
Oh, brother.
Get ready.
16:20 the zone. 1620 The Zone wants to send you to the Post Malone concert. It's Post Malone with Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. It's the Big Ass Stadium Tour coming Friday, July 17th to Jack Trice Stadium at Iowa State. Winner will get a pair of tickets and $200 to use towards travel, food, lodging, and merch. You can enter online to 1620thezone.com for a chance to win. Question.
Answer.
Is Post Malone a person or a group?
Great question. It's a person.
Person.
For the longest time, I thought Papa Roach was a guy.
Nope.
It's the band.
It is.
Because his name is Papa. I thought it was Papa Roach.
His name's Jacoby.
I thought it was Papa.
So Post Malone is a guy.
Yep, and Jelly Roll also a guy.
Well, I know who Jelly Roll is. I've seen the Jelly Roll.
Post Malone, unironically, has incredible range. Like, he can do country, he can do whatever his weird crossover country rock thing is. He can do rap, he can do hip hop, he can do grunge. Dude's got pipes.
He's got pipes, John. He's got pipes.
Well, this used to be a bigger deal. They used to do
Post
a lot.
Malone?
No, they used to do a lot more. At least this is my memory. They used to do a lot more concerts there at Iowa State at the stadium. Apparently they got wind of what old Mr. Yogurt's doing, and they're like, no one horns in on our concerts.
Dannon.
We're the concert place. We're Ames, Iowa, where people go to concerts.
Do you think the coach was holding them back for the longest time? I don't want any concerts on my football field, but now he's at Penn State, so they don't care.
I don't know. Not sure. Well, either way, you get a chance to win. So go to register online at 1620thezone.com. Defense. Defense is back, folks. No, not that defense.
Oh,
it's not defense at all.
What are we doing here?
What? What's wrong?
Why did you do that?
Who did what?
I thought you added.
I didn't add anything. I changed the presets. So
you must have accidentally hit the Nick Squatch picture.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't me.
But anyway,
I don't know what's going on.
From Brian Fremo, who runs the website bcftoys.com.
We love his toys.
It's one of Michael's favorite websites.
It's a great website.
These are the trends in the FBS, the football bowl subdivision, which, by the way, if we end up getting rid of the bowls at some point, we're going to have to change the name.
We're never going to get rid of the bowl, so I have no fear about that. They will exist in some way, shape, or form as long as college football does. They can't get rid of it.
But if you look at the trends, and this is going back to 2007 to 2025, they seem to indicate that things are slowing down just a little bit. Possessions per game. Remember when we were talking back in the early 2010s about how this game's going so fast and
more head injuries.
People are going to get hurt more because the game is going faster.
Yeah.
Well,
Tua?
it must have been us talking about it that got football to change, because the trend in possessions per game has continually trickled downward and is at easily its lowest point in the last 20 years.
That is nuts. That is nuts.
Meanwhile, plays per possession and points per possession continue to trend up.
Well, plays per possession, yes. Points per possession actually dropped down a little bit from 24 until 25.
Did it?
Yeah. It's
points per possession? Yeah. Oh, I see. But I mean, I'm comparing it to 07.
Yeah.
I'm comparing it to 07. Yeah. It was down a little bit from 2 years ago.
But yes, plays per possession is higher than which is interesting because that does require you to get first downs.
Yes.
So they're getting first downs.
Points per game is at its lowest rate since around 2010. Because it had started to spike.
I was 13.
And now it has been on a downward trek. And plays per game kind of stabilized the last 3 years. But again,
it's down almost a dozen plays since what year is that? Do you think, John? Like 2012, 2013, somewhere in there?
Yep. So that early explosion that we got, when the game was speeding up and people were warning that, the game's getting too fast now and it's going to cause too many injuries. Well, football has adjusted. Now, some of it...
We need to fix this and get the offense back in football.
Do we?
No, I actually like this. I like this version of football. The big plays have gotten taken away. You're seeing that in the pros as well.
Well, sure, because the plays per possession have gone up. Meaning,
so you know what that means?
Meaning that's longer drives. You're getting a lot more shell coverages.
Bingo. You're allowed to get the stuff in front of you.
Yes.
But if you're going to score, you have to put together a lot of plays to do so, which, you know what's hard to do? That. Because what's going to happen eventually? You could have a false start. You could get a holding penalty. You could have an incomplete pass. You could turn the ball over. These defenses are requiring offenses to make more plays at a consistent level versus like a boom or bust play. Remember the conversation, and I guess this year fits in with this graphic that we're looking at. Remember the conversation that often surrounded the 2010 Nebraska offense? When they were rolling, it was because of big plays. But in the games in which they were unable to break free, they struggled. They struggled at scoring. And so a large portion of the conversation that surrounded that team was, if they don't get big plays, are they going to be able to win the Big 12 championship? And the answer was no. They had some big plays early in that game versus Oklahoma, and then they couldn't move the ball at all. And thus they lost the football game.
Correct.
And so this is really, really interesting. Really, really interesting.
I mean, you are banking. What you're doing is you're playing the long game. You're banking on the fact that the offense is not going to be able to consistently put together long drives without making the critical mistake, which either prevents the drive from coming up with points or maybe holding them to field goals or at least slowing the game down.
Yeah.
And imagine that. The game adjusted. Trends happen, kids. Every time we think, oh, it's always going to be this way, it's never going to change.
Couldn't be more wrong.
The sport, just like all sports, finds a way to adjust.
Like Jurassic Park.
And
life finds a way.
Life finds a way.
Defense finds a way. Kenneth writes, I missed the cocaine Big 12 of the late 2000s and mid 2010s. Nick, you would have loved that.
I love ball go far.
You would have loved that era of Big 12 football. It was nuts.
It was nuts.
Which is why Nebraska's 09 defense was even more impressive.
I still see remnants of that Big 12 when I watch the Big 12. More so than like the Big 10. What I'm saying is they throw the ball.
This is
I
not
like
your,
that.
your older brother's Big 12. That Big 12 was insane.
It was.
There was a game that was 70 to 63 one time.
That's incredible.
In football.
It also had
John hated it.
I love it so much.
It also had programs like Texas, Oklahoma, Nebraska, Missouri, Texas A&M.
Can we put that game on YouTube? Can we put that on right now?
Sure.
I wanna
Headley
watch that.
says it was anime on grass.
Oh,
Nick, you know about anime.
I do.
Who was the 70 to 63 game? That was Baylor and West Virginia, right?
I honestly don't remember.
I believe it was, West Virginia, Baylor,
It
2012.
wasn't that memorable.
It
apparently.
was very memorable. We're going to watch it for Nick.
Let's go.
Geno Smith, Nick, threw for 656 yards that day with 8 touchdowns. John's going to love this game.
And you know what? Neither of those teams played for a national championship.
They did not, though. That West Virginia team, they were undefeated for a little bit, and then, Nick, you're going to be surprised by this. Their defense absolutely fell off. Well, they allowed 63 points. They actually rose, John. They won that game 70 to 63, and the next week they were 8th in the AP poll. Then they beat Texas 48 to 45. But then they lost 49 to 14, 55 to 14, 39 to 38, 55 to 34, and 50 to 49.
Man,
that defense was garbage.
I was born into football at the wrong time.
You know who was their head coach, Nick? You ready for this? Because we can tie everything back to Nebraska. Dana Holgerson.
Holgo the no-go.
Holgo, his offense was going back then, that's for sure.
You might say he was throwing a pretty good fastball back then.
Yeah, his fastball.
Fastball?
It's a little slower now.
By the way, should we be worried about Ohio State?
Well, okay, tell me more, please. What happened to them now?
Well, while everyone was rubbing their hands together and disgusted by the notion of
I missed the graphic.
Nebraska's schedule and how difficult it is, Ohio State, listen to these road games.
I like playing against road games.
They visit Texas.
Okay.
They visit Iowa.
Oh.
They visit Indiana.
Okay.
They visit USC. And they visit Nebraska.
Hello. Well, I mean, one of those is definitely winnable, but the other ones are going to be tough.
Keep in
I
mind,
can guarantee they will win
keep
one
in
of
mind
those
they
games.
also have home games against Illinois and Oregon.
Illinois.
And Michigan.
I worked for them.
But this Ohio State schedule
It's Geno Smith.
Geno Smith
is going to be quite the challenge.
I love it. I have a take that they're going to take a nice little step back in 2026, especially with their new offensive coordinator. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? You know who's calling their plays?
Yeah, Arthur Smith.
Arthur, look at my mustache Smith. That guy's an idiot.
Hey, Let's not knock a good mustache.
Yours
Now-
is a good mustache.
Now, can we say that the experiment with old pencil behind the ear seemed to pan out pretty
I
well?
will. You know what? It takes a big man, a smart man, to admit when they were wrong.
Mhm.
I was wrong about Mr. Pencil with the laminated sheet. I apologize for that.
Yeah.
Arthur Smith is garbage, though. He stinks. He's way worse than. Holy crap! Joel Klatt called this game.
Why are the close-ups so close?
Well, it's a
Well,
tiny.
They're like
broadcast
2
booth.
inches away from
It's
each
a
other.
tiny booth that they were sitting in, Nick. It's a tiny booth.
Bet Joel Klatt was happy he didn't have to pretend to like Gus.
That's true.
Chicago.
Wow, this is awesome, John. I can't wait to root against Ohio State. See,
Well, you're
football
gonna
season
get
before
you're
you
gonna
know
get
it.
you're gonna get a lot of chances too. You get a root for your favorite team, Texas, your favorite team, Iowa, your
Crap.
favorite team, Indiana, your favorite team,
I
USC.
think I might have to root for Iowa. You know what, Nick?
Go Hawks!
Go Hawks.
Woo! I got him.
Kenneth writes, my quarterback, Joel Klatt. Kyle says, is Ryan Day aware? Oh, Kyle, of Lou Holtz's whereabouts.
Oh, man.
Hospice. That's the answer. Hospice. Very sad.
Just think, Nebraska fan, it could always be worse.
You could be in hospice.
You could
that
always
what you're
no.
saying?
You could always
Is
have
that the
Ohio
joke you
State.
just made?
That's
I
all.
mean-
You could always have Ohio State scheduled.
Nebraska
Oh.
football has kind of been in hospital.
Wow, Nick. Don't worry, John. They could have the easiest schedule of the last 20 years and still find a way to step all over themselves. So don't give them Ohio State's schedule. That would be mean. Cruel and unusual punishment.
I suppose not.
Jordan says maybe Nebraska will beat up Ohio State so much that they'll lose to Michigan the next week. Let's go, Huskers. You don't even have to win the game. Just make them a little bit worse for the next week's game. Kyle Whittingham, let's go, baby.
No one wants Michigan winning
Me? I do.
They're doing a stripe out.
They're doing a stripe out. Good job by you, Nick.
for a game that's what 15 years old.
14 this fall. Oh, Petros, friend of the Grum. We had Petros on one time, Nick.
Papadakis?
Yep, he has a funny voice.
Wait, don't make fun of a man's
It's part
voice.
of his bit. His bit is I have a funny voice.
Wait a second. You mentioned his name is Petros Papadakis. You say he's got a funny voice. He's kind of got a funny name.
He's a funny guy. What am I, a clown? There he is. Look at him. He's so young and spry.
He looks like
He's been beaten down by the Matt Rule Nebraska football area.
he looks like he almost has enough hair for a rat tail, and he would use it.
You
for
know
a
what?
rat
He-
tail.
You know what he
he might have
does.
had
You know what
one
he's
for a
got.
while.
He's got quite a 5 head, is what he has.
bit,
at that
Yeah,
point.
for
Yeah.
sure.
He's got as much as of a 5 head as Peyton Manning.
Hope we put
Kenneth writes,
sunscreen on that.
LOL, this is going back to Petros. LOL, his initials are PP. It's
Now,
funny
here's
initials
the
too.
problem with this game. We have to look at the problematic Art Briles.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he was a bad guy.
Yeah, you're celebrating this game, and yet we have to deal with Art Briles.
Yeah. Oh, look, a bunch of Gen Zers. I saw a video yesterday before I went to bed of Gen Alpha making fun of Gen Zers.
Wow.
The Gen Z boys and their stupid haircuts.
You know what's cool about being Gen Z?
What?
I have an attention span.
I don't think you do.
You do?
Mm.
You do?
Gen ZA does.
Wow.
Oh.
Look at this comment from David. This is just my opinion. Josh Peterson is one funny MFer. Shout out to you, David. Thank you.
He insulted
Good
you.
Lord, David, you only get one a day, and you decided to use it on that.
I'm going to tweet that out. Thank you, David.
We'll be back. 1620 The Zone. Well, as I mentioned, this is Super Bowl week, and we'll have coverage
It
of the
is.
game right here on 1620 The Zone.
Happy that you acknowledged it finally.
I mean, I acknowledged it earlier in the
It's
Grum as well.
The
Cadillac
Seahawks,
car reveal
the
week.
NFC champion Seattle Seahawks are playing in the game.
Yeah, great.
Isn't this nice? You know, a year ago, I was caught in my feels and miserable and hated the Super Bowl. And you just laughed and laughed and laughed. Now the shoe's on the other foot. You got two teams you despise.
But America is sad.
Are they?
Yeah,
I'm pumped.
yeah. America's very sad. America does not need to see any more of the Patriots.
Don't worry, they're not going to win.
Are you pumped?
And we don't need to see the Seahawks.
That's okay if they win.
Are you frustrated that your take on the Seahawks was a season early?
What take on the Seahawks?
Last year, you said the Seahawks were going to go all the way. They were going to do really well.
No, I didn't.
You were really high on the Seahawks last season.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, you were.
Before the year?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah.
Nick, I will pull up my...
You were listening to podcasts, and they got you pretty Seahawks pilled.
No, I think that you were mixing up the Seahawks with the Cardinals.
Yeah, I think it was the Cardinals.
I will get out my prediction, though, from...
Well, while Josh gets his together, this is your chance to get your
nice.
together in the Get Your Together 5K sweepstakes. Contest runs through February 24th, and you can enter online at 1620thezone.com. Speaking of the NFL, over the weekend...
I had the Seahawks winning the division, but losing in the divisional round last year, Nick.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Over the weekend, the government approved ESPN's acquisition of NFL media.
Yes, I did see this news. That is the government news I saw this weekend. We're talking about ESPN.
As part of the agreement, the NFL takes a 10% ownership stake in ESPN. ESPN will own and operate NFL Network and the Red Zone channel. So essentially, the NFL Network now becomes a member of the ESPN family of networks like ESPN2, SEC Network, ACC Network, the now defunct ESPN Classic, the now defunct Longhorn. Longhorn Network defunct now?
It's dead.
It's dead.
Yep.
Yeah, anyway.
God, ESPN Classic, what a great channel.
I used to watch old NASCAR races on it.
But the concern here now is that for people like me anyway,
yeah,
I usually avoid ESPN's coverage of the NFL. Just not a fan.
You're a game day guy, but you don't watch ESPN's coverage of the NFL.
I do not watch ESPN's coverage of the NFL.
To be fair, I really don't either.
Mainly because I like the NFL Network's coverage of NFL football. I like their Sunday morning crew. But now the concern is, basically you're going to have shows competing against each other.
Sure.
Do you necessarily want that?
Or is it like going to be some cross-pollination where,
probably be a lot of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know in the end what this is ultimately going to mean. You're probably right. Like in the end, is this just going to mean the end of NFL Network? Like, does it come to does it just slowly just kind of go away like ESPN Classic did? And it's like, all right, well, now it's gone.
I think you're still going to have an NFL Network because there's going to be a place for
propaganda,
all of their programming, but it's not going to be. Obviously, it's going to have an ESPN tilt to it because it's now their property. And, how many of their reporters, like, for example, like their insiders, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got Shefty Schefter and
on ESPN, you're asking for their insiders?
Yeah.
I mean, it's him. You got other guys. You got like Jeremy Fowler who
right.
has information.
But then you got Ian Rappaport on NFL Network.
Mm-hmm.
Will you still have a need for an Ian Rappaport if you're basically serving the same master? And just in general in the coverage, if you just like a different slant on the coverage, you're essentially going to have you're losing one for next year. At least I would think.
I would say this. I don't think you're losing one for next year. I think you will lose one in a future year, be determined.
There's probably plenty of time there's a lot of time between now and next season.
Sure, that would seem like such a fast turnaround.
It would, but it wouldn't be totally unusual.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the idea of, ESPN will have more games. Right?
Yeah, how many more are they getting?
They're going to have 28 games next year
compared to
they previously had 25.
Okay, so it's not even that many more.
ESPN will broadcast 28 games per season, including the NFL Network 7, NFL Network retained 3 games it already had. ESPN previously had 25 games, but 4 of those have been taken back that they're going to potentially sell to another streamer. So, yeah, bottom line is this. One of the things I like about the NFL is that you have a variety of different voices that cover the sport.
Sure.
With college football, even though Fox is, shoehorned its way in, and to a much lesser degree, CBS and NBC, the sport is pretty much dominated by what's said on the 4-letter network. The conversation around the sport is still dominated by the 4-letter network. And now that ESPN and the NFL are essentially married, you wonder if, I'm not saying it's going to go totally like the way of college football.
But here's the thing, it
will
doesn't
seem more homogenous.
But it doesn't matter. Like, discourse doesn't matter.
Not as much.
The NFL is played on the field. Playoff berths are not decided by a committee that we think we have influence over.
Yeah.
So, like, whatever they say on NFL Live, none of that stuff in the end is going to do anything. It shapes conversation, certainly, and teams are over or undercovered because of it. But one of the things that I do like, I'm going to defend the media in 2026. I know this is probably a fool's errand of my own. If you want something,
you have to give back that hat.
If you want something, I thought about that. That beanie is now gone. If you want something, though, in all seriousness, in terms of your coverage, it is there. Mm-hmm. You can find it. Mm-hmm. If you are an X's and O's dork with football, there's a podcast. If you're a numbers dork for football, there's a podcast. If you want to read about something, you can find it. And so that's the good thing about media today is there's so much out there that you will eventually find some way to take in football the way you do it. And that's why I listen to a few NFL pods a week, and then I have, a couple of go-to writers, and that's how I take in the sport, in terms of feeding me information and trying to learn more about the game that I love. I don't watch it. First of all, it's on when I'm here, and I'm not going to go home and turn on a talkie show. I listen to a podcast like a sophisticated person.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Sophisticated.
That's
Nothing says
I am.
sophisticated like Bill Simmons.
Well, and others. I listen to him because I've been listening to him for 20 years. But I listen to other people who are smart. The Athletic Football Show. Friend of the Grum, Dave Hellman.
At 5 times speed.
Double speed, Nick. Friend of the Grum, Robert Mays. And Derek Klassen, who we've never had on.
Well, I hope this means good things for our friend Eric Edholm.
I hope so, too.
I don't believe this deal affects the actual NFL.com website for whom Eric writes, but
good question.
We'll have to see.
Michael Severe, who's going to join us in just a few moments, says, will it mean that we will get fewer Rich Eisen games? I hope so. Get him off our game.
That's probably likely.
Terrible. I like his studio stuff, though.
Sure.
He did that Sports Center last year. Remember that? That was fun.
Sure.
Da-na-na.
Yeah. I did like one Rich Eisen game that he did last year.
Oh, did he call the Rams
Jags?
Oh, that was a terrible game.
That was a great game. What are you talking about? That was an awesome game.
That game sucked.
That was great.
That game was terrible.
That should have been the Super Bowl.
Should it have been?
Yes, it should have been. NFC, AFC.
Well, I'm sorry,
two great
John.
teams.
I want the Cowboys to go to the Super Bowl, and the good Lord's never going to give me that. So we get.
That's because he's called the good Lord, not the bad Lord.
If
when he's the bad Lord, he'll give you a Super Bowl. But when he's a good Lord, he won't.
I'll take it. I'll take bad God. I'll
take
take
bad
Old
God.
Testament God again.
Oh,
sending some locusts
that's
down.
the spiteful one.
I just want the Cowboys in the
Well,
Super
it
Bowl.
felt like I was being spited when the Cowboys were in the Super Bowl.
I followed this new account on Twitter this weekend who just tweets out like old NFL stuff, which is
Yeah.
great. Well, right now it's just a lot of like, hey, remember this Super Bowl, which was played X amount of years ago? He had a tweet of this drive at the end of Super Bowl, not at the end, but in 28, when Emmitt Smith carried the ball all but one play and picked up positive yards on every play. He had multiple third downs. I never watched the drive in full before. Man, he was good.
Emmitt Smith was good at football.
Good, man.
He was good.
I got so sad because I don't remember it.
That offensive line was really good.
Golly, his touchdown, it was a 17-yard run. He broke like 3 tackles, got pushed in the end zone.
And
All the time.
And the Bills were bad.
No, the Cowboys were just that good, John.
Have I ever told you guys that story about how my mom met Emmitt Smith while they were in high school?
I think so.
Yes, you have.
She's a Florida woman.
Yeah, Pensacola. She went on a date with her friend. Her friend was dating Emmitt Smith.
Shout out.
It's like a double date situation.
I know how double dates work.
Yeah. Do you?
I've been on many double dates.
Well, coming up next, it is a Michael Severe Monday.
He remembers Emmitt Smith.
He does.
Maybe we just talk about Emmitt Smith. He's not excited for the Super Bowl either. You guys could sandbag it. Who's less excited for the Super Bowl, John or Michael?
Yeah. Well, we can also go over those Fremo numbers that we mentioned earlier because I know how much excited he is of this. And a college basketball coach said something that, had it been said in another time, might have really scared some folks.
Oh, interesting.
That said, it may have still scared some folks.
Okay, very interesting.
Also, we might finally get the true answer
to
Josh's biggest conspiracy about November the 22nd, 1963.
11/22/63.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Coming up next, it's the happy hour on 1620 The Zone.
I don't know. I don't like that Severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. If the first word is hash brown, you guys can add patty or something Latin if you want. It's still a hash brown. I remember the first thing I thought walking out of there was, okay, we're back. You just got to go in the back. I'm sorry.
This cat, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it a surprise that he went through a struggle this year?
Michael already brings the color.
I
don't care about fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell.
Michael Black.
I don't know if this is coincidental or not, but as we welcome in Michael Severe, I was just scrolling through the Twitter.
Yeah.
There is a new Amazon Prime sports documentary series coming out.
Oh, what's it about this time?
It's called Soul Power. It's about the ABA.
Oh, interesting.
This might be a new watch for me because I don't know a lot about the ABA. The only thing I know about the ABA is what I learned from Semi-Pro, starring Will Ferrell.
Michael's favorite actor.
But seriously, this was a very influential league, and I bet there's some hella good stories in this.
Yeah, they've already made three documentaries on it already.
On the ABA?
Yeah. The best one is features a lot of Bob Costas telling amazing stories about some really weird cats when he was calling the games as like a 19-year-old in St. Louis.
Yeah,
that's some of the best
spirit, right? The spirit of St.
The
Louis.
Spirit of St. Louis.
Yeah.
I think it was the Spirits of St. Louis or something.
Spirits of St. Louis.
You had the Miami team that had the girls that barely had any clothes on the sidelines. You had that group. Of course, you had Indiana had a team.
Don't forget about the Flint, Michigan Tropics.
Don't forget about the Tropics as well. Yes. So
Pittsburgh, right? Pittsburgh had a team.
What'd you say?
Yeah, the Pittsburgh Pisces.
That was in a movie. Movie. Yes, that's the Fish That Saved Pittsburgh, starring one Dr. J. Truly one of the great sports movies of all time.
Who also came from the ABA. People forget.
He
Yes,
did
he
it.
He almost actually ended up playing with George Gervin. They almost ended up getting those guys together, and they ended up stopping that. So instead of him going from the Nets to the team to play with Gervin, they ended up moving things around so they could separate the guys. And Gervin,
Why
of course,
did they stop it? Because the team would have been too damn cool?
It would have been just the coolest team on the planet. It really would have been finger rolling and dunking.
We got to separate the cool.
Yeah, that almost happened. And then instead, Doc ended up playing early on with Bobby Dandridge, who was a pretty cool dude as well. If you ever watched the clothes that Bobby Dandridge wore when he played at 77, 78 in those years. So,
not sure if you were listening prior to you coming on, but we got on the subject of that football game coming up this weekend.
That you were both very excited for.
That we're very excited for. Jordan writes, John and Severe could pull a Stibbs and watch Lord of the Rings instead of the Super Bowl.
Oh, you guys could do a podcast about it while you watch it. A live watch along of Lord of the Rings.
There was one of my favorite what do you even call those people? Social media influencers is this girl that's on, and she's probably, I don't know, maybe she's very young. I don't know how old she is. But she went through and watched all the Star Wars movies and did it live. She had never seen any of them and went through, and the reaction she would have for some of the big moments was incredible. Then she went from that to watching like Rogue One, 2, and some of the TV show stuff. But I think I stopped following it when she went to Lord of the Rings. That was like, I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. I don't need that. No thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah.
No more walking.
Hey, can we congratulate Nick?
On?
Congratulate Nick. I heard the great news.
You guys are having kids.
I didn't know who the guy was. I had to look him up. But I saw a story about the new man, the new sports person in the life of Kim Kardashian. And I didn't know. They said his name, and I didn't know his name was. And it's Lewis something. And I looked it up, and apparently he's a car racer.
Yes.
And yes, he's a car racer.
He races cars.
And he is his career's done now. Because, as we all know, that woman ruins careers. So congratulations on Lewis Hamilton. That's right. Yes.
Wait, Sir Louis is dating Kardashian?
Yes.
He spent the whole weekend with her.
His career isn't done because he's dating Kim. His career is done because he drives for Ferrari now. Get that right.
I didn't know he even drove a car other than I know he raced things. I didn't.
He's a 7-time champion. He is arguably
congratulations. 7-time champion. I didn't know who he was. I'd look him up. I thought maybe he was a hockey player because the name sounds like a hockey player.
Also partial owner of the Broncos.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I don't know who he is. Anyway, if his career wasn't done before, it's certainly done now.
Yeah.
Congratulations
Shout out to him.
Yeah.
What do you think of that photo there, Michael, of Nick behind Robin Washut at the game yesterday?
First of all, I hate being in pictures.
Okay.
Because
Same
you never look good in the picture. Ever.
No, ever.
Ever. I have never, you hate it. Robin, who is an amazing looking guy, looks wonderful. On the other hand, no offense to Nick, but that's not his fault. It's the picture. It's the camera.
It's not
that
Nick's
does
fault. It's not Giancarlo's fault.
And the fact he's wearing all brown.
And the fact that he's wearing an Iowa
Looks
tuxedo.
like he just got back in from feeding the hog.
Wait a minute. Now, I thought an Iowa tuxedo was blue jeans. Well, that's Canadian tuxedo.
Yeah.
Canadian tuxedo is blue jeans. Yes.
Yeah, we've
I didn't
done
know
this Iowa tuxedo.
I didn't know Iowa had a tuxedo.
It does now.
It does now.
Congratulations to Iowa and Nick, I guess. No, I don't.
All right, so what is it about this Super Bowl that is most insufferable for you?
I just don't care. I don't care. I've told you before about Seattle. I have no feelings towards the hinterlands out there in Seattle. I just don't care about them. And then, New England, it kind of sucks that they went from being the team they were with all those championships, and all of a sudden now they've fallen back in with getting the right coach and having what looks like it's going to be a great quarterback. So, but also I don't have any interest in them either. There's nothing exciting about them.
No.
As much as Drake May has got a lot of potential and does things. I mean, this is a guy who fumbles the ball a lot. He takes a bunch of sacks. He does all these things. And you're like, they win games. I mean, I don't even know there's nobody I really like to watch. I guess Diggs is a pretty interesting player to watch. And there's some guys on the defensive line, Patriots, that are kind of fun to watch. And Seattle's defense is, it's violent, and that's great. But again, Kenneth Walker, that's the one player I probably say I like. Kenneth Walker. I've always enjoyed watching him ever since he was in college. So, but other than that, I have no interest. I did have a friend of mine who reached out on Thursday, and he also not interested in the Super Bowl at all. And he and his wife live in Fargo, and he's like, "What are you doing this weekend? Are you watching the Super Bowl?" I said, "Well, probably. I'll cook some food and I'll probably watch it." And he goes, "What do you think about this? We meet up like in Sioux Falls, and we could like hang out. We'd go out and do some stuff with our friends." No, not watch anything on TV. And, kind of hang out. And I was like, this is an awesome idea. I like it. Before I could bring it to Chris, his wife nixed it because actually she has something going on.
Oh.
So I was kind of excited for a second.
Do you think Chris would have been okay with it?
Oh, she wouldn't have cared about watching the game.
Nice.
Once her fantasy team is done, she's done. Once her fantasy team is finished.
This too? You guys, there's like this level of like, about this. Now, I understand it with you. You're sad. Michael brings up good points. Do you think other people are going to feel this way too? Or are the ratings going to come out and we're going to be like,
ratings are going to suck.
Holy crap,
are going to suck.
We're not excited for this stupid game. Bring back Mahomes.
Well, there is something to be said about quarterbacks driving ratings.
100%.
Right?
And these quarterbacks aren't going to drive anything
something
like
to be said about that. Also, cities driving ratings. And even though Seattle is passionate about their team and the Boston area is passionate about it, they aren't the rating drivers. Like, for example, the best cities in terms of watching sports, right? Like Birmingham and New Orleans and all those teams. I don't know how many of those cities are all that interested in checking this game out. So
it's a very northern-pilled Super Bowl.
So, like, the first time, or I guess the second time Seattle made a Super Bowl, when they played the Broncos, there was the Peyton Manning interest in the game.
Yeah.
And then the second time the Seahawks made it after that, they had already won a Super Bowl.
Brady,
and, of course, Brady was back. And so, like, there was so much interest and intrigue. This is two quarterbacks who've never been on this stage, two teams that, I mean, nationally, I know Boston is Boston, but, like, this team kind of came out of nowhere. They've been a bad team the last few years.
Yeah, let's face it. There's not a lot of stars in this game.
Correct.
Right. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Smith and Jigba is a great player and probably will win the Offensive Player of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
But, he's still new in the game. You mentioned Darnold. Drake May, even with all the MVP talk, it's still not a name that resonates with a lot of folks.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of similar to when Brady played in his first Super Bowl. Yeah, I may have heard of that guy, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Look, I like the Riddler. I think the Riddler is awesome. Smith and Jigba. Enigma. Anyway, I truly like him, but did you watch the season at all? Did you see? There's this guy that played running back for the Niners who caught a whole ton of passes and a whole crap load of runs on a team that was so banged up. That guy is the offensive MVP. He should be, right?
Well, he's in the consideration.
I mean, what else would you want him to do? Fly? Like wings out of his ass and fly around.
Agree.
I mean, what are you looking for more than what he did?
My vote would be for Puka, but your
Puka's
argument is
incredible too. I mean, and Puka also blocks his ass off.
Yes,
so
he
there's
does.
that part of it too. What he does, I don't know how much Smith and Jigba is as a blocker. He's obviously a great pass catcher and everything, but I don't. As a complete player, I'd take Puka over him. And honestly, for offensive player of the year, I would take McCaffrey over both of those guys. But
yeah,
whatever.
No, that is true. I guess we'll see how the ratings end up doing on this one. I mean, I'm guessing at the end of the day, it's still going to be huge. And
50 million people are going to watch the thing. How many was it? 50, 60 million that usually watch Super Bowl, right?
No, it's over 100.
No, it's over
120 million. 120
Yeah,
million
last year
people.
was 120 something, I think.
Yeah, so I was hoping for half of that. Is what I was looking for. Yeah.
Now that would be something.
That would be awesome.
I would love to see Roger Goodell's face when that press release
Oh
came
my
out.
gosh.
He finally gets fired.
Sounds like a guy who wants the Dallas Cowboys back in the Super Bowl.
No,
we need a team.
Nobody wants that.
Michael, were you listening when I brought up that I stumbled upon this video of Emmitt Smith's drive against the Bills in the second Super Bowl of the 90s?
I did.
And how
I did.
Oh
Yep.
my gosh, I was blown away. I mean, I know he's great. I don't like go back and watch Emmitt Smith. I think I might need to do this. This might have to be my off-season project.
There you go.
I obviously was never a Cowboys fan.
Yeah.
Was never a Cowboys fan. I don't know if you know the story about my dad cooking down there. Anyway, not a fan of that racist organization at the time. But anyway.
But now not racist. Thank you, Jerry Jones.
Yes. Their offensive line, like we always talk about nostalgia. When I think back on that offensive line, I get giddy about it. Like they were you had one of the strongest men in the history of the league in Gogan, right? He was huge and he could lift 1,000 pounds. To his left, you had one of the greatest left tackles to ever play the game. Again, one of the strongest people. Stepnowski at center it was just the fascination. That whole team. I mean, Novacek could block too. But as much as I like Emmitt, and I think Emmitt's one of the best, I understand that was an incredible offensive line, and it led. It led him to where he ended up being the all-time leading rusher because of it. But man, that offensive line was incredible.
No, it was. I mean, that was the catalyst. That's where it all started. Was right up front. It was a perfect example.
That's how you build a team. What did they draft? They drafted defensive lineman and offensive lineman.
Exactly.
And they also took Michael Irvin, of course.
Line.
And before the year before everything got going, you draft Aikman for that 1 in 15 year. 1 in 15 year, you can relate to that. So 1 in 15 year, and then you start going out and getting offensive linemen, defensive linemen, and then they're skill players. Obviously, Michael Irvin, and they filled in too. They did the whole thing where they went for the lighter.
They moved everybody down a spot.
Moved everybody one spot up. Yeah, so you had linebackers who were safety size.
Yep,
and you had guys on the outside who were linebacker size.
See, the key to doing that again is you have to have someone smart running your football operations like they did back in the 90s, like Jimmy Johnson.
John, not to defend the Cowboys.
Thank you, Michael.
As a draft guy, they've actually been pretty good drafting.
Thank you. They have been.
They have. Right? I mean, they have drafted well. Their problems is once they get them and they don't understand the process of fourth-year contract, sign now, save money, opposed to allowing you to get a fifth year where you got to deal with what's going to happen with a franchise tag. That's their issue.
problem.
They got to
draft great.
They need smart people
at the end, back end, yes.
Both draft and to operate the franchise.
Yeah.
And
the son does a good job drafting. He manages that operation.
Tell the dawdling old man to just go do his radio hits and leave the rest of us smart people alone.
Sounds amazing. That said,
that said, it's been a great run of the last 30 years, and I appreciate it.
He is allowing a little bit right now, Schottenheimer to make hires on the defensive side of the ball. Like all the moves that they're making right now, Michael, I'm like, there's no way in hell Jerry Jones knows the name of that guy. So I'm hoping that Christian Parker is good. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I said before to you last week, as long as he brings over that secondary with him, I'm sure he'll be fine.
That's the thing. Dallas just got to trade for Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell.
Good luck with that.
I'm hearing it could happen, folks. I'm hearing it could happen.
It's not happening. It's not
I'm hearing
happening.
it could happen.
We, I know you would appreciate this, Michael, because we quoted it a little bit earlier, but BCF Toys, Brian Primo, put out a graph earlier today. We'll get the bars off of there real quick so we can all see it.
I got you.
But showing the trends in college football since 2007, possessions per game down, plays per possession up, points per possession up. This is all from 2007 to present. Points per game down to its lowest level in over 15 years. Plays per game down, lowest level in 15 years, 20 years actually. Defense coming back. Where do you attribute this most to?
Well, I think there's two things. I've had this theory for a long time about the defensive side of the ball. So you had a stretch where all the money, the majority of the big money was going to the offensive side of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And you started getting these guys who, whether they were field side cornerbacks or they were outstanding pass rushers or even some defensive tackles, that started making a lot more money. So more young people who are very athletic said, you know what, I'll go line up in the line to be a defensive player opposed to being an offensive player. And the defensive coordinators, which for a long time, if there was a decision on where the guy was going to play, he was going to go play on offense. They've won more of those battles. I'm talking about the high school, college level. And so now you have more of these defensive players who are incredibly athletic, could have easily been offensive guys, but now they're defensive guys. So that's one thing. And that all started really go all the way back to Deion Sanders. I think Deion Sanders was the pioneer of all of a sudden putting prestige and a little bit of glamour on the defense. And so guys started wanting to do that and be that guy. And then the other part is that I think people realize, coaches realize, you couldn't win the tired defense. You just couldn't. And the idea of going fast is great, but if you don't score and you keep the ball for 40 seconds and there's your defense back on the field again, and they realize, you know what, we got to slow down a little bit. And even guys like, I put up a couple of weeks ago the plays per second, and when you look at Hogerson going from Houston, West Virginia through here, and he slowed down as well. A lot of those people started slowing down because they realized, even a guy like Lincoln Riley started slowing down because the defenses just couldn't keep up and they were tired and they were getting beat up. So I think it's those two things. One, your head coach realized I can't have a tired defense out there, so I've got to slow it down. And then the defenses have more athletes. They have better athletes, guys who truly could have been playing on the offensive side of the ball, but chose to play defense.
How much of this, too, is the X's and O's side of it, Michael, where teams are more willing to play more of a shell and essentially drag out drives, hoping that the offense eventually will lose a battle of attrition, make a mistake, and that will stop things versus, basically just keeping the big play from happening?
Yeah, that's a big part of it, but that's been going on forever. I mean, you think about the Tampa 2. That's what Tampa 2 is designed to do. It's going to make you walk your way down the field. They want to have methodical drives, and that's been around for a long time. You have more teams now sending plus pressure than ever before. And so that counters that a little bit where you are trying to send extra pressure, and you're trying to get that offensive – you're trying to get the quarterback off his spot and mess up the timing on some of those throws. Also, the running backs in the last 2-3 years have come back. So the running games have come back, which – if you get 2nd and 7 and you get 3rd and 3 and you get your first down and you're running seriously 3 plays per every first down you get, all of a sudden everything slows down. So I think we're seeing that a little bit more. But they've done the cover stuff in the past where they want everything in front of them. I just think more now is you can have more really good cornerbacks that are lining up with these really good wide receivers and starting to shut them down a little bit. And more than anything else, the pass rush, the guys you have on the edge now, these are guys who could be all-American basketball players. They're 6'5", they're 250 pounds, they're running in the 4.4s, 4.5s. These are athletes, right? And so when you have those guys out there going against these big, fat offensive linemen, occasionally you're going to have some struggles.
Is your microwave
I was going to say,
done?
something done in the oven?
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry. I can't even hear it because I have these in. Yeah, I'm making some fish. I got some red fish going in the oven. It should be done.
Well, it's done. Yeah. Do you need to go check on it? Do you want to see?
No, it'll be fine. Is it still beeping? Is that what's happening?
Oh, yeah. It's been beeping.
I can't hear it with my earbuds in. I can't hear it beeping. So, yeah, it's that I did a timer for 35 minutes, which I thought would be fine, but, so it's beeping now.
It's the oven doing Morse code saying, "Get this smelly crap out of me. Get this smelly
that's
crap."
right.
Man, there is nothing better than grilled redfish.
What is redfish, by the way?
Snapper.
Okay.
Red snapper. Yeah, it's the reason why in New Orleans in Louisiana we don't say you go fishing, you go catching, because you just throw it out there with your live shrimp or your shrimp in general, and you just catch them and you come back, and it's one of the sweetest fish. And I don't mean Swedish like the country, but like Swedish. It's a sweet fish, but it's really good. And you serve a little bit of crab meat, and it's a great thing to have for dinner.
Yeah, it's still beeping. I'm starting to get worried. Like it's not going to overcook, right?
No, it's off. So once the timer runs out, it turns the oven off. So the oven is turned off.
Is that a new oven technology?
No, that's been around forever, man. You have two choices when you're doing the timer. One says cooking timer, and one says oven timer. Do cooking timer, oven turns off. Oven timer, just a timer to run, and the oven keeps going.
Sure.
Been like this forever.
I've never
every stove
seen
I've ever
that.
had. Since
Man, I may have learned something new about the oven because we've always just set the oven timer, which is just a timer.
Yeah, ours leaves the oven on.
But maybe
But yes, the oven is off.
This was a setting that was always there.
That's
It's
interesting.
always been there. It's always been there.
I've never had an oven like that. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's always. I bet you the oven you have now does it.
You do have an oven like that.
I bet you your oven does it right
We
now.
do the oven timer all the time, and the timer.
Oven timer, cooking timer. There's 2 timers. Look for your 2 timers.
I do. We do the oven timer, and it still is on it.
No, the oven timer. You want the cooking timer.
Cooking timer,
not oven timer.
Cooking timer.
I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna check in with Risk.
It'll work. It'll work. You want
to
the oven stays. The way you do this is so you want to try to cook stuff with a shorter amount of time if you're going to leave it in the oven for a while because the oven stays warm.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So say it's a 40-minute cook time, you put it on 30, and then you don't have to worry about it staying. I don't know why it's still beeping. It's a new oven, so maybe there's some setting I don't know about. But it should stop beeping after.
I thought I was going crazy with hearing random beeps.
Sorry about that. And I have these in, and I can't. I
did you read the story from Evan Bland this weekend about Anthony Calandria being Lamar Jackson 2.0? What did you think about that? Now, to be fair to Evan, real quick, if people haven't had a chance to read it, Evan isn't saying this. Sam McKee isn't saying this.
Right,
it's a friend of Calandria.
Yes. Yeah,
right?
I would say so. D'Angelo Hutchison, who's a 4-year defensive back at Louisville, getting ready for the NFL draft. He was a youth teammate of Calandria, and the quote was, "It's crazy because nothing about his game has changed." Talking about his game today versus when they were playing together as kids. Everything he's been doing now, he's been doing it since those young days. He's like a Lamar Jackson 2.0.
Yeah, because you think he's in one spot, you think you have him, and he gets away. You know, the kid who used to play here at Chief Borders said that about him. He's like, look, I'm going against him in practice, and I can't get to him. No, I thought it was a great article. I love the initial part. The best thing about the article is the lead, right? I mean, talking about him standing out there throwing footballs as boats go by. Like, when they miss the catch, what is happening to that football? Are you having to go in the water and get out of the river and go get the football? What's happening here? That worried me a little bit because it's losing a lot of footballs, but it's a great story. It's well done, and you should be excited about a guy that has those kind of numbers. Now, he put in there the turnover numbers, and that kind of draws you back a little bit, but, you know, how fun was it at times to watch Taylor Martinez, and how fun was it even at times to watch Adrian Martinez, you know? And you got the turnovers, but you got a lot of big plays. You got a lot of explosive plays.
Michael, let me ask you this. When you are projecting Calandria in 2026, when you are doing maybe putting like a piece of the pie and you're like assigning where the blame is going to go or credit is going to go, how much of it is going to be Calandria's ability to adjust to returning to a power conference and being in the Big Ten at that, and then the infrastructure around him? And by that, I mean everybody, players, coaches, play calling, all of that stuff. Like how I don't even know exactly what I'm trying to ask. I'm just trying to figure out if he
the most important job is the job done by the guy who has OC in his title.
Yeah.
By far.
Yeah.
He is the guy that's going to have to draw this offense up and call this offense to make sure that Calandria can be the best he can possibly be.
Mm-hmm.
All those numbers, the 800 yards rushing and the 3,000-yard passing and all those touchdowns and the rushing touchdowns, you get him there by calling a good game, by having a plan that develops plays as games go along, that takes advantage of a guy who can run a naked bootleg, of a guy that can do certain things that you haven't been able to do for your last couple of quarterbacks. So I think it's all on him. It's on Holgorsen to make sure that he draws this up right and calls it well. The one good thing about it is, even if he is not the guy we were promised, Holgorsen, there are going to be times where Calandria is going to make plays without his help. He's just going to go off schedule, and he's going to make play. I said this to somebody a couple of weeks ago. After the first 3 games, Calandria is going to be the most popular person in all of this state.
People are going to love him.
He's going to put up numbers. Mm-hmm. He's good. Now, I don't know about Ohio because Ohio did shut him down in the bowl game.
Yeah.
But he's going to put up numbers in the other 2 games for sure. And then there's probably a good chance Michigan State is going to put up numbers too. So when he goes against top 30, top 20 defenses, that's when your question will be, will he revert back to the turnover guy, the guy taking all the sacks, or has he aged past that? Or has Holgorsen done a good job to make sure he doesn't do those things that are bad? I think the offensive line is certainly a point you're going to point, but something you're going to point to if it doesn't go right. And the wide receivers are going to always be a question mark until those guys start making really big plays. But everybody on the offense is going to be helped by a guy who can make the first guy miss in the pocket.
I'll be very curious to see, and we may not actually see it because we don't get to see practice. We're not in the meetings, but it really felt like there was such a concerted effort, especially this past year, to drill turnovers out of Dillon. We can't have turnovers. We can't have turnovers. And I think as much as people wanted to criticize Dillon for, well, he didn't get rid of the ball because he didn't want to hurt his completion percentage, but I think some of that too was, I cannot make a turnover. I have been told no turnovers, no turnovers. Part of being a little bit more, risk reward and playing a little loose is
gunslinger.
You're going to be a gunslinger. You're going to make some mistakes.
Yeah.
You wonder, how is that balance going to work this year of trying to avoid turnovers, but also realizing that turnovers comes with the style of play that you're encouraging out of this young man.
Look at the throw that Fernando Mendoza made, the final throw of that game, where the feet barely get in. And that throw is probably not a good throw. Mm-hmm. Like, if you're in the meeting and he's back there and he's looking at everything that's available to him and he goes to target it and they stop the film and they go, where are you going? And they go, I'm going there into that double coverage with that guy. And they probably go, that's probably not a good choice. But there are times you got to make that throw and have confidence in your wide receiver, have confidence in your arm strength, have confidence in your ability to deliver the ball on time and make the throw. That my biggest concern the whole time with Raiola, more than anything else, was his lack of making the right throw at the right time. I bring back the Minnesota game of ball. The Minnesota game is the perfect example of that. It's the third quarter. You're down. It's 7-6. You got a drive going on in the first drive. You messed up the first drive of the first half, but you're going well in the second drive, this first drive of the second half, and you get Dane Key come wide open. That's a throw that you have to make. That's a touchdown throw. It's a touchdown throw. All of a sudden, you're now leading a team that plays much better when they're in the lead, not when they're behind. You also got this confidence now going in your team because you just took the lead. That's a whole different game. He makes that throw. And it's not the only time. I mean, it's many times where we're sitting in a press box and you're like, crosser, hit the crosser, just hit the crosser. Or how many times did they run a quick wide stick, right, where his job is to catch the ball, boom, bam. And here comes somebody, Barney, he's wide open. It's 3rd and 2. That's a 3-yard route. Make that throw. But instead he doesn't. He hesitates.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's looking around. He ends up getting sacked. That's what needed to come out. That's what needed to get better in his game. He's going to go to Oregon, and I bet you they make him better at that. I bet they're going to make him better at making decisions based off what we've seen from the quarterbacks before and how they've worked with them. He'll be better at making decisions. That's what he lacked here. That ability to just get rid of the ball on time, the ability to make a throw sometimes into a tight window that had to be made. He just never got around to that. And you can blame whoever you want. Wide receivers against man-to-man coverage. Dude, guys are open. You don't think those guys are open that Fernando Mendoza's making throws to? They're not open. They're covered. But he knows. Give my guy a shot. He's going to go make a play.
Hey, you know what is interesting, Michael? Going back to what you said at the start, is the way in which he plays quarterback is so different from, to go to what John said, how they've been coaching that position, and something's got to give there. Either like the offense will be a little looser and more freewheeling, for better and worse, or Calandria and what makes him a special player isn't going to be there for him.
Well, they have, and I don't think you could ever take that out of him. And John knows this very well. When Steve Young went to the Niners, the Niners tried to make Steve Young Joe Montana.
Yep.
They tried. Bill Walsh, they tried to make him that guy. Matter of fact, they wouldn't play him because he wouldn't conform in practice. And then when he finally got his chance, did he play like? I mean, he played a little bit like. There were some timing routes, and he did a really good job of getting those balls behind the umpire. But he played like he plays. You can't change a guy like Calandria, I don't think. You can try and you can say everything you want, but when the snap comes in his hands and it's on him to make a play, he's going to go make plays. I don't think you can change. You can't change the spots of that guy. That is it a leopard, right? Leopard spots.
Leopard can't change his spots.
Can't change his spots. That's who he is. That's all he's going to do.
Tiger stripes, leopard spots.
Something like that.
Yeah. I will say. I want to say this though before you guys push me out of here. I don't remember the first half of the Illinois game, Illinois basketball game the other day, and I was texting with some friends of mine, and I don't remember anything that exciting. And I'm not a huge volleyball person, so it's great that they've contended for national championships and been in finals. That doesn't really do it for me, but the whiteout, making the shots, going on that run, that felt incredible. You know, whether you're a Nebraska fan or not, if you're watching that anywhere in this country, you were like, oh my God, this is incredible. Look at the atmosphere. That was one of the best sports moments since I've been living here. And that's going back to this. That's going back to the College World Series and the Florida game, or going back to some of the really big football games. I mean, they played in 3 conference championship games. You know, they weren't great at the end. But and this wasn't great either. But for that minute, for those moments, it made you think, "Oh my God! Imagine how this is going to be in the tournament. How this is going to feel in a tournament watching this team do this." That was about 20 minutes worth of this is an incredible. It reminded me of watching. Remember when you used to watch Duke games back in the day when everything was a little bit different, and the way that they would be like just bouncing because they had all the students in the front. They'd all be kind of like the whole. That's how it felt. It was incredible. That was fun to watch.
Wow.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, and the second half happened, and it was you kind of expected the shooting to go the other way. That just happens. Right. You're not going to shoot that kind of rate. But you would hope that the referees, and I'm not blaming this on referees, but you call a game a certain way. You would have hoped that if Illinois was going to be that physical, that they responded by calling, especially at home, right? That's what happened for Michigan. If you're going to be that physical and you're at home, you'd expect the refs to call a few more fouls. I think they should have called more fouls, especially when it came to the grabbing and holding. When Nebraska, the best thing they do on offense is their screen game. Yep. And I love the screen game in football. I love the screen game in basketball. And when you're coming off the screen, if you allow them to grab the guy coming off the screen, I mean, what are you going to do? That changes the game. That's against the rules. You got to do something. You got to blow a whistle, and they didn't. And that would have helped. I think that would have helped Nebraska out a little bit. Not saying they would have won the game, but they'd have been making more free throws opposed to having to settle for so many threes.
Not that Mike, going after the refs.
I'm not a ref basher. That was how they were calling the game, man. They were calling the game advantage Illinois, just like they were calling the game advantage Michigan when they're at Michigan. You know, occasionally you got to get advantage Nebraska.
Michael here for Big Ten has it out for Nebraska. Oh, those Huskers are getting too good now. We're gonna have to knock them down a pair. They're getting too good now. Foul.
You know the Big Ten doesn't like Nebraska. You can joke about that and everything.
Big Ten doesn't like anything.
Remember they do commercials where they would have all the teams in it and Nebraska wouldn't be in the commercial? Remember that? I mean, things like that are just hilarious. They don't have any, and I understand it because it's the old boys club, it's the Michigan, it's Ohio State. We've been here forever, and these are the new guys still. I remember as a Penn State fan having to deal with the Big Ten. That's why I never liked the Big Ten. The Big Ten in '94 didn't fight for Penn State. Screw them. I never liked the Big Ten. And
that was the one time that the Big Ten was smart, realizing, there ain't no way they're going to play with that Husker team.
Yeah, they'd have fought. They should have fought for them in the voting. Forget the game being played. They should have fought for them in the voting, but they did not do that.
Yeah, they could have fought and said, you know what? We'll let our Big Ten champion go down to Miami and play.
They should have. Oh my God, they should have.
We don't need Penn State.
They should have
Rose Bowl, but no, we got to have our sunset over the San
Diego. Done it, and that's what discuss you a little bit about that league too. The whole incredible belief they have that this Rose Bowl is the greatest thing on the planet. No, winning championships is the greatest thing on the planet, and that's what they're doing now. They're winning championships, not because they're in the Rose Bowl. No, they're winning, whether it be an Orange Bowl or a Sugar Bowl or I don't care where the championship is played. It's championships.
Hey, Michael, real quick before you leave, a text from the 402. This is the first text ever from this listener. Does TJ Lateef not have a chance to be the starting quarterback at Nebraska for 26? Why is everybody talking about Anthony Calandria being the starter?
Because that's why they brought him here.
I think that they are going to talk a good game of it being an open competition, and they're going to let each of them work. The 4 games we got of Lateef, there was nothing in there that made me think that he was going to outplay. I've watched a lot of Calandria, both at Virginia, and I've watched a lot of him at UNLV, and he's not going to outplay him. It reminds me of 2010, where during the fall camp, you've got this guy Taylor Martinez who is doing all this incredible stuff in practice, and they're like, but isn't what's his name? Not
Zach.
Lee.
Zach who?
Zach is going to start this, right? Up
Zach
until a week and a half before it, and they're like, we got to go with the guy who's exciting. We got to go with the guy who's making plays. We got to go with the guys who our defense can't stop.
Yeah,
and the defense couldn't stop Taylor Martinez. The defense is going to struggle with Calandria for sure. I hope he gets a shot. I hope that TJ gets every bit of shot he could possibly get. I don't think, based off what I saw of him in those 4 games, he's going to beat him out.
Yeah, agreed.
All right. Michael, enjoy the Super Bowl at home.
Enjoy the
all
Super
by
Bowl.
yourself.
Yeah, I'm sure. My wife I always cook a lot of food, no matter what, and she always invites people over. So I'm going to make some red beans and rice. I'll make some ribs. I'll make some wings. I'll cook a bunch of food up.
Hell yeah.
And I'm sure some people will come over, and we'll sit there and we'll watch it.
You should go over. You guys could be a couple grumpy grouches sitting on the couch.
Yeah, man.
The Super Bowl sucks. I hate the Super Bowl.
I am going to hate it. No,
you don't think it's going to be a good game, do Josh?
No, I think Seattle's going to dominate.
Yeah. It's funny because you still are talking about dominating with a quarterback who is prone to still making mistakes.
Yeah.
And
34-17 type stuff.
The coach for New England is really good.
Yep.
And he's going to come up with some stuff. And I also, the big difference could be in this game is Marcus Jones. Marcus Jones is one of the most dynamic punt returners we've ever seen in this game. Going back to like Rick Upchurch, former Jet Award winner from 2021.
Shout out.
This guy is dynamic, and you punt to him, he can beat you. And the kickoff return is better for the Patriots too. So that could be a big difference in the game, the special teams.
It's also going to be a big difference that the Seahawks are bringing back Darrell Bevel as honorary play caller.
Darrell Bevel.
What a pull.
I remember fighting with Darrell Bevel about trying to get Adrian Peterson on the during Big 12 media days.
Awesome.
Yes, I remember that. Darrell Bevel. Give me a break.
Yeah, exactly. Give me a break. You had a chance to end the Patriots right there. Nope, we're going to throw it. Great play call. Great play call.
Yeah. I hope it's not a blowout. I hope it's competitive.
I think it would be a competitive
these
game.
Super Bowls good. I hope it is. That's what I felt for the national championship game. I just wanted to be close. I want it to be a close game.
Be close.
So, yeah, and I'll bet a bunch of props, and so I'll be watching that for sure.
There you go. You'll have fun.
You'll bet a bunch of props. You know what? That's
Bye,
a great
Michael.
segue. Thank you, Michael.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
It's a great segue. You could have some fun with some big game props with Underdog Fantasy.
UnderdogFantasy.com or the Underdog Fantasy app. Michael will be in Nebraska. You will be in Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
I will be in Nebraska. And if you want to use the Underdog Fantasy app, you can do so in Nebraska. There will be a lot of possibilities for the big game on Sunday. Higher or lower on a variety of stats. Passing yards for Sam Darnold or Drake May. Maybe rushing yards for Drake May. Does he scoot around a little bit? We talked about JSN throughout the interview with Michael. Maybe you look at him to go higher on the receptions or the receiving yards. Whatever it is, new promos dropping daily on the app. You can make your picks, and you can do so in Nebraska.
What are you waiting for, America? Middle America? You can download the Underdog app today. Use our promo code 1620thezone and score $75 in bonus fantasy entries when you play your first $5 on fantasy. That's promo code 1620thezone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. All right, welcome back. It's the Grum. We don't even have content.
Oh no, I can. It's time for some content. We can do some content.
John's gone. Is he pooping? I think John might have gone to the bathroom to take a dump.
Oh no.
All right, Nick, take us away in your version of whatever content is.
Josh, the NASCAR Clash was supposed to be last weekend. Hold on. But it was delayed due to snow in the area of North Carolina.
What?
At Bowman Gray Stadium. It was supposed to be rescheduled to Sunday.
Okay.
And then it got pushed again to it was supposed to be today.
Isn't it Wednesday?
And now it was rescheduled to Wednesday.
Yeah, I saw a tweet about that yesterday.
Do you think they should just suck it up and race cars in the snow?
I don't see why not, John. You never said content. I don't see why not. Were you pooping?
No.
He was pooping.
He was pooping.
Did you get caught in another conversation with somebody?
Yep.
Things are changing.
I'm getting
here.
Josh's take about the NASCAR Clash
I say
and if
yes.
they should race in the
Drive
snow.
in the snow. That sounds way more enjoyable than just.
You can't. You literally can't.
You can't drive in the snow. I do it every time it
Put
snows.
on all-weather tires. Problem solved. They do it in a rally all the time. Race in the snow.
It would be pretty boring.
Boring. You sound like one of those dumb NFL fans
John,
after the conference championship game last week.
It's basically dirt racing, but cold.
This is boring. No, there'd be a lot more skill involved, a lot more strategy involved. Maybe they'd be driving 20 miles an hour.
That's part of the problem.
Way in on this
There needs
idea.
to be some speeds.
Way in on this.
Speed is what you need.
The need for speed?
The need for speed.
I am way in on this idea.
Nice.
Well, we have to wait till Wednesday, so.
What time is it going to be? Is it going to be on during the show?
Like 5 or 6 o'clock, I think.
Okay.
Which means I'll miss it because I've got a basketball game to call. But it is what it is. All right, Nick.
Take it away, Nick.
Sorry that you didn't send me comment to send to you back. Content, whatever this is called.
Nebraska ball famously dropped 2 games last week to top 10 teams.
Oh, so the world is ending.
Are they washed?
No.
If you were projecting their seeding for March, where would you put them now?
Now? I mean, they'd be a 2 or a 3. And that's probably where they're going to be.
I think they're going to be a 3 seed.
A 2 or a 3. I think they could be a 2. It just depends. It is a good resume. It's got good metrics behind it. It honestly, we're going to see what happens here. You still got the game against Purdue. Got a couple of games against Iowa, UCLA, which is going to impact things a little bit. But yeah, I think they're sitting right in that 2 and 3 spot right now, and that's probably where they're going to stay.
I think they will be a 3 seed. Kenneth, being a jerk, writes that 14-3 upset is going to feed generations. Kenneth, you stop being a monster. Yeah, I think they'll end up as a 3. I don't think that they're certainly not going to be a 1 anymore. I think they'd probably have to win out, except for maybe 1 game to be a 2 seed. I just think it's hard. It's like a very top heavy sport right now.
Oh, if they win out,
well, no, if they win out there. Well, if they win out, they're probably at 1. But I think if they go, how many games do they have left? 9.
9 games left.
9. If they go 8-1, I think it could be a 2 seed, especially if one of those wins is over Purdue.
It's Super Bowl week. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Oh, baby.
Which annoying storylines will you do your best to avoid over the next 6 days?
All of them. I don't think we're going to talk about any dumb storylines on the show this week. I think
we're not going to talk about this dumb game.
No, we're going to break down the game.
Idea.
I was a little surprised that you thought the Rams were easily the best team in the NFL, and the Seahawks beat them, and yet you don't think the Seahawks are going to be able to beat the Patriots, even though you don't think that by a lot of points.
Okay. No, I don't think they're going to win by a lot of points.
All right, we'll talk about it more on Friday, but I'm just surprised. Like, if the Rams were playing the Patriots, I think you'd be like, yeah, they can win this game comfortably because you think the Rams are way better. But the Seahawks beat the Rams.
No. Again, it does. Matchups don't work that way. And I don't
How
put
are the
it.
Patriots
I
offense
don't
going to
put
move
it
the ball
past
against that defense?
The Rams were able to do it.
The Rams have Matt Stafford.
Let's not pretend that this Seattle defense is the freaking Ravens from 2000.
No one's saying that.
Come
but
on.
It's really, really good.
It's a good defense for today, but it is not impenetrable.
Yeah, they were only bad when they played your offense. No,
and the Bucks.
Yeah, in week 5, no storylines, Nick.
Well, the
None.
storylines that I'll be avoiding are
all of them.
Oh, no one believes in us. We're the Patriots. Why don't people believe in us?
So
and then
annoying.
I saw some Seattle honk out there.
Honk honk
Was already putting conspiracy theories out there that
Hell
the
yeah.
NFL has it out for Seattle.
Why? They made the Super Bowl. How do they have
Because
it out
all
for
the
them?
news of the Allen family selling early and
Oh, I
all
did
these
see this.
all these distractions, and I'm like, good grief, people, go back to throwing fish at each other.
Nice.
This is why you don't deserve these things, because you can't handle being in the spotlight.
Nice.
I will say,
just
sprinkling this out there.
Yeah.
How long has America been a country? 250 years this year.
Yeah.
A team called the Patriots. What if they won the Super
Oh,
Bowl?
God.
Whoa,
here we
this is like
go.
9/11 all over again.
Speaking of the Super Bowl,
Oh, they're going to say 9/11.
more than a dozen earthquakes have struck in Northern California near Santa Clara, where the big game is being played.
Oh.
Does God not know that Beastquake is no longer a player for the Seahawks?
I think this is God's way of saying, I don't want this game to be played either.
Or do you think it's
my
his way-
favorite team didn't get in this year?
They
so
haven't made it for 30, John.
No, they didn't get in because they lost the NFC Championship.
Do you think he is
God is mad.
spin zone? God is doing this now because he doesn't want it to happen during the game. He's making sure the earthquakes happen and then the football. will be played.
Little pre-quake.
Good job by you, God. You know about pre.
Damn it.
Ha!
Yesterday's NHL Outdoor Stadium Series featured a goalie fight. Boston's Jeremy Swayman and Tampa's Andre Villavetsky.
That's easy for you to say.
It is indeed.
To the net again. Swayman is hot. Vasilevsky's coming out across center ice. Swayman and Vasilevsky may go. Swayman tells Vasilevsky, take your mask off, and he obliges. This is crazy. Oh.
And then the refs come in and they break them apart. It's like,
Whoa.
there is nothing that looks more staged than a goalie fight. I'm
Wow,
sorry.
Speaking of conspiracy theories.
I'm sorry. But then they skate out, they all preening for everybody. It just, I don't know. I get it. I mean, hockey's a violent sport. I'm not saying all the fights are this way. But when the goalies start fighting, they're at the opposite ends of the ice. They never see each other. Something tells me that somebody premeditated this.
All right. I don't know how that's where your mind goes.
Because it looks phony.
Goalies can't hate each other?
They don't. When's the last time you saw two goalies go at it in the middle of a game?
It's happened many times over the years. I don't watch hockey.
Yeah,
all
but
the time.
goalies don't play against other goalies.
No, but they fight each other. This isn't a new phenomenon.
Yeah, but every time I see a goalie fight, I'm very disappointed.
Kenneth says, don't let the goalie fight distract you from Boston blowing a 5-1 lead. Yikes, that's hilarious.
They did blow a 5-1 lead.
People forget that Boston will lose multiple times this week.
I'm just glad that the ice didn't melt in Tampa.
He's a backup, but he's still in his 22nd straight All-Star game. What do we think of the NBA extending this courtesy to the aging
I mean, I'm not surprised. I figured he would make the All-Star game. I mean, look, the All-Star game is a event to maximize viewership and interest with a pretend basketball game of superstars. He is still one of those, even though he's not very good anymore. So,
I mean,
not surprised.
It is an exhibition.
Exactly. Who cares?
And the idea, it is called the All-Star game.
Not the all still good at basketball game.
And I get it. The All-Star game is for the players that are playing the best that season, but it's also for the stars.
All the stars.
All of the stars.
All of the stars. in the
You know
sky.
what? Let's get every still living NBA player and just put them in the All-Star game.
I don't know if it's necessary.
Every living NBA player?
Yeah. I mean, the ones that are retired, that aren't playing anymore.
That would be a huge game. Nick, do you know how many retired basketball players are still alive?
At least 3.
At least.
They would need many
And
stretchers.
those are on inside the NBA.
They would need many stretchers and ambulances for said game.
Yeah,
Put Shaq in there. He's a star.
He was. He was very good.
Yeah.
He's very tall.
Gus Malzahn, Florida State's offensive coordinator and architect of the offense that carried Cam Newton to a national championship, is retiring.
Oh.
What are your favorite memories of Arthur Gustavo Malzahn?
Is that his name?
That is his actual birth name.
Hell
Arthur
yeah.
Gustavo Malzahn.
Well, this moment when I learned that was his name is one of them.
That should have been it. I just remember when right after that whole Cam Newton national championship thing, the whole world was Gus Malzahn pilled. Oh man, you got to go get Gus Malzahn. Gus Malzahn, do this. I mean, the real secret behind Gus Malzahn was Cam Newton.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Gus
was
took
okay.
Nick Marshall to a national championship game, and Nick Marshall was a defensive back pretending to be a quarterback.
Gus was okay. But I just remember everyone thought he was the bee's knees when the real bee's knees was the dude behind center.
All right.
Wearing number 1.
I'll give Gus a little more props than
or
that.
was it number 2?
Gus was the head coach of the team that won on the kick 6. And he had more success against Nick Saban when he was at Auburn than any coach not named Hugh Freeze. They still fired him because Auburn fires everybody.
That's true.
I will remember. I mean, he only had 2 double-digit win seasons as a head coach, but one of them was the year they went to the Natty, and then the other year where they beat Nick Saban in Alabama. I always loved watching his teams. Their offense was super fun. I mean, he is one of the first guys that I will always think of in terms of bringing a high school offense to college, and he had a lot of success doing so. Definitely peaked early, though. I mean, he was a good coordinator, but he wasn't like, I mean, Florida State was garbage this year, so it's not like he was some great dude.
The Las Vegas Raiders are expected to hire Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak as their next head coach after the Super Bowl. Meanwhile, the Arizona Cardinals have hired Mike LaFleur as their new head coach. Do you like these moves for teams in the AFC and NFC West?
I mean, we're just continuing to see the 5 families of the NFL get more opportunities.
Unbelievable.
LaFleur, obviously brother of Matt. Kubiak, son of
Gary
Kubiak. I couldn't remember what his name was. I was like, is it also starting with a K? I don't know. I mean, look, it's going to come down to, can they get the quarterback position right? The Raiders are going to draft Fernando Mendoza. I like Fernando Mendoza. I think he's an awesome college quarterback. I don't think he's going to be that great in the NFL. And then the Cardinals. That was a great play. Give him the Heisman Trophy now. LaFleur in Arizona, they're going to have to figure out what they're doing with their quarterback position moving forward. You know, what are they going to do with Kyler Murray? So, obviously, it could be great. They could be good. They could also suck. You never know.
And once again, another Sean McVay disciple ends up as a head coach somewhere. Incredible.
Finally, now we teased this earlier in the Grum.
Yeah.
The weather forecast for the next couple of weeks is looking pretty nice.
Oh!
Some would say disc golf weather. Are we past the absolute worst of winter? Josh,
Nick,
would you like to guarantee anything?
All right, so I was walking Riss last night.
Wow, walking your wife.
Wow. Hey, Riss, you want to go for walkies? Come here, wife.
Woman,
you say
come here,
walkies?
let me put this chain around your neck so I can walk you around the neighborhood.
So I was walking with Riss, and we were talking because that's what you do when you walk with your wife. You have conversations.
Don't you poop in that yard. You got to wait until you get over here.
You at least picked her poop up, right?
And I said, always, Nick. I said this. I said, do you think that we're past the negative temperature days? And she was like, I don't know.
She's like, I don't care.
She was like, bark, bark, give me another treat, please.
We are done with negative temperature days. Folks, it's going to be nice this week. It's going to hit the 50s on Saturday and on Sunday. I'm wearing shorts this weekend. We are done with negative temperature weather. Negative temperature weather. I am pumped.
Fine.
Thank you, Lord.
When you are wrong,
I get to rub my butt on your face.
No. Your wife gets to walk you.
Bark, bark. Hey, maybe that's something we're into, John. You never know. Don't kick shame. Put a ball in my mouth. I think we're in.
Walked your wife this weekend. Very good.
I walked with my wife. Sometimes you forget words.
Did you give her head pats after she peed?
Sometimes you forget words. Jordan says this is just faux spring. Now, that's pretty much what she said. She was like, every year we have somewhat nice weather and people get excited, and then it goes back to winter. And that's what I said.
Spring.
Yes, snow is not done. Do not put it on the internet that snow is done. All I'm saying is, can we be done with the negative temp days? I think we can.
Can we? Yes, but will we?
Also, yes.
No, I don't think so.
I think we're good. I think we're going to be good. That said, I feel like we are due a terrible snowstorm. It's been pretty chill with the snow so far this year.
Yeah, it has to be for snow.
I think we're going to get.
All right, we need the friends of the Grum to come up with Josh's punishment when he is wrong.
I'll apologize. John has to buy me Popeyes.
No, that's not. That's a
I'll
punishment
go buy,
for me.
I'll go buy me Popeyes.
That's a punishment for you.
But then I have to deal with the line.
All right. Speaking of dinner, what's for dinner is next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, we already know what Josh is going to have for dinner based off of what we talked about.
We actually grilled steaks yesterday.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
It was nice enough, you know.
Because we're done with the Sub-Zero temp days.
Well, we were not Sub-Zero yesterday.
Sub-Zero, now it's Plain Joe.
I have no idea what's for tonight.
Oh, wow. Okay, Nick, what are you having?
Don't know.
Oh, wow, because my wife, because she, first of all, she's like, what's up with these comments? So I told her, she didn't seem to care about that. Then she guessed what we're having for dinner. Because we were having barbacoa nachos. She's been cooking up.
She guessed what was for dinner?
She's guessing. She said rice, and then for you, it was either slop or I don't know. And then for us, it's nachos. We're at barbacoa nachos.
Nice.
It's like what's that meat that you
That's
like?
a new flavor of Alpo that you feed your wife.
What's the type of meat that you always give me crap for not enjoying, or like a roast beef?
We're roast beef.
Yeah, she got one of those yesterday when we were at
Well,
the
that's
biggest
what-
IB in
yeah,
the world.
yeah.
So yeah, we're doing that. I'm pumped. I can't wait.
Oh, to have meat that's not medium rare? You gonna be okay?
I'll be all right.
Sure.
Kenneth says I'm having a very sad boy dinner consisting of Taco Bell slop.
Nice.
It's like a Nick John combo.
I had Taco Bell for brekkie
Mm.
before I knew we were getting brekkie.
Oh, well, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
How much time do we have? Oh, we're kind of running out. We don't have time.
You got a topic for us?
No.
How do you feel about Matt Rule? 402-951-16.
We
have a few months to get to that still.
Well, yeah, it's a never.
Year 4 bump.
Year 4 bump for sure.
I don't know if it's about that.
I just got a text. This guy deserves to die.
Whoa.
And then added, I'm talking about the book, by the way. Guess that texter.
Don't know.
Who's reading a book that we know right now?
Oh.
Matt McMaster.
Matt McMaster.
That's funny, though. I love that he
That's harsh
added
going
that.
after the author like that.
Man, I thought that the main character is pretty good.
Speaking of books, did you ever get that German book that you ordered at the library?
Nick, I'm happy
That
you
translation.
mentioned that. So I got some cash today, like a late Christmas gift, and I'm like, what do I do with this? I have all this money, and I was like,
this is mine cash.
What if? Maybe I'll buy the book. Have a great night, everybody.
All right, goodbye,
Austin,
everybody.
tomorrow.